predictive. But I'm just a college dropout who gives his weeks to break the mean. Falls in the tide line, is washed out to sea.
Welcome back to HVAC Shop Talk Live. Guys, it's great to be back for another week of fun. I remembered to hit the mute button, so that's all good. So, off to a good start. AK, what's happening, brother?
What's going on, man?
Nothing.
Not much out this way.
Just doing this live thing, you know what I'm saying?
Doing that live thing, yeah. So how was your week?
My week was like upside down and reversed and all sorts of stuff, man. It was just a mixed up schedule because of the baby sleeping strange and stuff. It was just rough. It was rough.
Yeah.
What's going on over there?
That's the thing with those babies, man. I mean, they got you got to feed them and that kind of thing. It just gets old after a while.
I know, right? I didn't even want one, and you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Want one.
Yep.
I got 4. Are you kidding me? 4.
Yeah. Factory's closed now, though, right?
The factory's definitely closed. If we were in China, I'd be in real big trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'd be waving by on a barge or something like that.
Well, that segues right into our show tonight. We've got Jim. Somehow that segues right in. We've got Jim Bergman on here tonight. We'll go over some things. We'll take some questions from the chat. And we've got trade up a little later on, right? We're gonna do that at the end of the show, like we were doing before. That deal with Dave was just a little bit different to accommodate his schedule.
Absolutely, we're gonna do skill trade up. You can see all the great prizes right here, and it works its way from that's all right all the way up to oh my gosh, I can't believe this happened to me. So we have a whole lot of great stuff here, and some of these packages, especially on the 4th tier. Not that I want you guys to risk everything and lose everything, but they're really, really great, really great. So
yeah,
definitely
that last one looks about 40 pounds. Am I far off?
I tell you what, the one here that says fragile on the 3rd level is heavy, and then we have some up here that are quite heavy. So the heavier it is, the more expensive it is. That's how that works.
All right. Well, hopefully we get some winners tonight.
Absolutely, Jim. You can jump on in here anytime you want. And Jim Bergman, everybody, Jim Bergman.
Hey Zach, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. It's great to have you on the show again. You were the first guy on this live episode when we started it last year, and now you've circled back to update us again. So welcome back.
Wow. It doesn't seem like it's been that long.
Yeah, time flies. I checked back on it. I think that was maybe December, late November, December.
It was after the chiller video.
Yeah, right on. So
yeah, it was kind of a debrief. Yeah.
So yeah,
great. Time definitely flies because I still feel like that just happened. So
it just did happen. So.
Yeah.
I guess that's true in the grand scheme of things, space and time.
I gotta touch base with the guys back there at the branch, but that machine still might not be started up yet. I actually should follow up on that and find out how it's doing.
Hey, what do you care now?
Yeah,
it's over, man.
I care.
Hey, you got that white collar on. You don't need that anymore. Don't worry about that.
That's true.
Never over, Zach.
That's true. That's true.
Never over.
I'm going to run ductwork on Monday. I know. Why? So I want to say one thing right off the bat. The guys in the chat, we're taking a lot of questions from the chat. We have it open the whole show long. Wanted to make sure that you had access to Jim. He's one of the most accessible guys out there. So we're giving you a great opportunity to ask whatever question you want. Just do us a favor and put it in all caps to make it easier to locate in the chat because it moves kind of fast sometimes. And AK, I know there was a question right off the bat. Do you remember what that question was? We can go ahead and get this thing warmed up.
Yeah, it was Dave. It was NorCal. He said, basically, have we experienced the death of the manifold altogether, or is there still going to be a place for it in the future? Something to that effect.
Okay. What say you, Jim?
I would care to say we'll still see manifolds for probably the next 3 to 5 years, but I think we're going to slowly transition away and go over to probes would be my guess. A lot of good reasons, lower losses, easier to use, more compact. I mean, I've been using both field piece and Testo for quite a while, and you can carry everything you need in one little case and get your job done really quickly. And I don't know, I also like the low loss of the probes and just the convenience of them. So I honestly think we're going to see a transition away, but there's still probably, if I had to put a guess on it, I bet you only 10% of the market or less is using any kind of smart probes on a regular basis. I think still the majority of the market is still using manifolds. So
yeah, I'd absolutely love smart probes. Smart probes to me, that's a huge win. I don't know why anyone would use a manifold unless there's a specialty reason I don't know about.
So when you say 3 to 5 years, is that just kind of it's a throw in the air, or do you think that ties in with 3 to 5 years having a huge segment of the industry's technicians retiring?
I think retirement's going to be a big thing. Got all the younger guys coming in, transitioning over to newer technologies, but also, just in general, we are such a slow industry to change. And, we got involved. I mean, Bill Spohn and I really launched the first digital manifold. I can't tell you who launched first, honestly, us or DigiCool, because Testo 523 and the DigiCool came out almost exactly at the same time. And that goes back a long time. And I mean, that's maybe 15 years ago now. And we still don't have digital manifolds as commonplace. I mean, I would expect almost every single manifold out there to be digital, but I'll bet you again, they're only 30 to 40% of the manifolds out there might be digital today. I think people are transitioning over to it, but it just doesn't seem like it's, it's caught on mainstream like analog gauges have. I think a lot of it's cost too. I think we're still, if you think about the other thing that's crazy, I was judging an HVAC competition today. 1989, I graduated from school, and I went to work for PK Wadsworth in Solon. I think I went to work for $8 and some change an hour. And in about a year or so, I was up to $13 an hour. And they're talking about starting techs, and these guys are like making $10 to $13 an hour starting. And I'm thinking, my gosh, at 1989, $13 an hour, look at the cost of gas, the cost of buying a car, the cost of milk, the cost of living, period. I could get so much more for my money in 1989 than I could today making that same amount of money. So the other thing I think is we see the shortage of technicians, I think it's going to drive up wages. When that drives up wages, we're going to get more disposable income, and then guys will, be investing more in their trade. But when you start a guy off at poverty level and then expect him to go out and buy top of the line tools, he's going to buy what he can to get by, not necessarily what he wants. And, we see that. I mean, I think that's probably the biggest problem we have is just low wages in the industry to start. As far as I'm concerned, if you're coming out of school, you shouldn't be paid anything less than $15 an hour starting wage. I mean, that's just a reasonable starting wage for somebody, especially when you look at cost of living.
Right.
AK, do you remember what your first wage was in HVAC? And can you say it? Are you comfortable saying it?
Yeah, it wasn't far from what Jim was just saying. It was like the $13, $14 an hour.
Trade school is worth it. Let me tell you that much. My first wage was $4.35 an hour. So it's kind of depressing now that I say it out loud. Let's move on to something else. I wrote down some questions. Let me quickly go to those. There's questions about mixing refrigerants, Jim, and that's a question that's been around for a while. We've proposed that that's not a big issue, especially with smart probes. What is your opinion on mixing refrigerants between smart probes? They have different settings for different refrigerants, so they seem to think it's okay.
Yeah, no, everybody's got to remember refrigerant's a solvent, right? I mean, we used to use R11 to clean circuit boards, for crying out loud. I mean, refrigerant's a really good solvent. And that's what makes refrigerant oil miscible. So when refrigerant's traveling through a hose and it evaporates, there's not a lot of oil left in that hose. I would tend to say the biggest mistake we make is we don't cap when you have a manifold you need to always park the hoses tight on a manifold, because the POA oil will pull in moisture like crazy, and you'll fill your hoses with water. That is a far more probable. It's a bigger problem ever than mixing refrigerants and hoses. I mean, I don't know. You can probably have 10 to 15% mineral oil in a POA oil system, and you're not going to really affect the operation of it. So, I would say be more worried about parking your hoses and less worried about mixing refrigerants and hoses. There's so much bad information that's published in our industry and just gets republished, and so much of it's based on opinion rather than fact. Go back to like Copeland and go back to some other companies and look at some of the IOM, installation operation manuals for new compressors. That's, those people actually understand what they're doing, and because they're compressor people, so they should know. And that's where I get my information from, more than hearing from somebody that the idea of mixing refrigerant, or the idea of using the same hoses for different gases is a problem, and definitely not a problem with smart probes. In fact, there's almost no flow in a smart probe, right? Because it's capped at the other end, so it reads a pressure, but there's no flow through it, like there is through a manifold. So I mean, that's even a lower chance of any cross contamination of any kind.
Do you think guys should be cleaning their hoses on their manifolds if they're still using manifolds periodically, like either with nitrogen or even flush?
No, I think you should just throw the hoses away and replace them once a year. I mean, hoses are too many guys use hoses for too long, and it's really, if you're using them for charging hoses, it's probably not too big of a deal. But if you're using them for evacuation, which you shouldn't anyway, they just start to break down too fast, and they get really contaminated with moisture. And I don't know. I mean, I look at them as a maintenance item. You should just replace them every year or 2 years at the most. But I've seen guys out there with hoses that are 20 years old, and they're bragging about how great their hoses are, and they're using them for everything. And I don't think they do anything well at that point. But it's just personal preference. I mean, I used to throw hoses away and get a new set every year or two. So.
That's interesting. I might have some very old hoses in the other room.
Probably the ones I threw away, Zach.
They should be thrown away. Actually, I get other people's thrown away hoses and use them as my first set.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like me. I'm going to see how far they can go. That's my mission. Not to do a good job in the field, but actually see how long the tools will last before they break down and fall apart. That would be my mission in life. What about you, OK? AK? Did I say OK? What's happening over there in the silence?
Taking it all in. And we were talking about the probes, and I was thinking about earlier this week on Facebook, I've seen a couple guys using the in this case it was Testo probes rigged up to an adapter and hooked up to a water spigot for getting water pressure as well. I'm guessing there's nothing inherently wrong with that as long as they're not taking it off and then throwing it on a condensing unit, right?
And water's an approved refrigerant for the smart probes. So
right.
I mean,
okay.
I mean, it's there. For the most part, you're not going to get too much in them, but yeah, you definitely want to dry them out before you use them on a refrigeration system again.
Sure.
Yeah. But I mean, inherently, it's just a pressure transducer. It's not going to hurt anything, right? I mean, I used to use my manifold gauges. That I put I'd put my high side gauge on my fuel rail on my car to check my fuel pressure, So, I mean, it's just, then I'd switch hoses, obviously, because I don't want to cross contaminate with gasoline, but it's just a pressure gauge. So that's all it is. Electronic transducer, nothing special.
That was interesting. I saw that water pressure one too. I think guys were using it for geothermal stuff, weren't they? As well, AK. Did you see that online?
I didn't see that one. I just saw the guy that had it on a, hose connection outside a house.
The welder spigot. Yeah, I think I saw that one. I forget who that was. That sounds like something Chuck would do to me. The jack of all trades himself, Chuck Pierce.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Bill wanted to point out that Jim's got every shade of color that Post-it Note ever came out with on the wall behind him right now. So,
that's what that is.
I literally thought it was a mosaic.
No, it's just Post-it Notes.
No
Would
way.
you Mod Podge them or shellac them afterward?
Get up and poke that board. Those are not Post-it Notes. That's what the show's about. Yeah. That's funny what happens in the chat. See, that's what's interesting about the chat. you want to get these in-depth questions about HVAC, and they end up talking about the Post-it notes and stuff like that. But we did have another question, though. We had a question from Ulysses. He asked, what is relative measurement? And I'm not sure what he's talking about, but maybe you will. Relative measurement as it regards to the IDVM 550. Do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, it's so a relative measurement would be just if you want to, you ever get ghost voltages on a line and you want to just zero those out, like you have 1 or 2 volts of induced power on something. Sometimes like when conductors run parallel to each other, you get a ghost voltage or an induced voltage on there, and you want to just zero that voltage out. So relative just allows you to hit the relative button and it goes to 0, and then it ignores that voltage and it looks for potential change beyond that. So it's just a way to zero out your meter when you're on a load that's got a ghost voltage.
Well,
or if you want to look at just a change in voltage or anything like that, if you had it on 24-volt circuit and you just wanted to, zero it out and then see when it came back or whatever, you can do a lot of different things with it. But primarily, it's just to zero out the meter. So,
now, to piggyback off of that, is the clamp meter out now, the Redfish clamp meter, or is it Subco clamp meter? Is that technically correct? I can explain that a little bit. So Redfish makes the meters, Subco distributes them. So it's a Subco Redfish. We just partnered together. We needed a distribution network, and Subco was really interested in connected tools. So we built out the app for them, and the TechLink app. That's why it says powered by MeasureQuick, and Subco's our distributor for all those products. So they're actually made by us, distributed by them, and yeah, the clamp meter's out. They started shipping, I think earlier, maybe Monday or Tuesday this week. TrueTech got their first ones. They ordered them. They had them on order early, and I'm not sure. Subco deals with a lot of distribution, so I'm not sure how many got shipped out to distribution. But we shipped over 1,000 meters to them last week, the week before last. So, so there should be plenty out there if you just look around a little bit. Go have to grab one of those before next month. And compared to the previous meter, and I don't remember the number for that one, forgive me. I think this one's going to be a big seller. Do you foresee this one taking off more so than the previous meter?
Oh yeah, I mean the VOM was not the right meter for the market. It was adapted to the market. So when we bought Redfish, we had it came with the VOM, and we needed a connected meter. There's obviously there's not a lot of connected meters in the connected space, right? I mean, there's just there's nobody that's gonna just jump out and say, hey, yeah, you can use our connected meter and tie it into MeasureQuick. That was really, you think about MeasureQuick early on, we didn't really have a relationship with anybody at that point. So when we bought Redfish, it was like we had to make it work, and designing a new meter is a long process. It took us actually a couple of years of from the time we started on that, put together specifications, and then prototype it and test it and send it back, because you got firmware things you got to change, and then we had to beta test. We were beta testing from January, a little bit before January. I can't remember when we started beta testing. Maybe even Christmas time, around Christmas, we got those things out to the beta testers, and we had 50 of them out in the field running. So it's a long process to get that kind of stuff done. And then obviously we write all the software alongside of that for TechLink and MeasureQuick and get it all tied in. But we got a really, really powerful offering now. And that the clamp, I mean, it's got some really, really cool features on it, especially when it comes to power quality, capacitor testing. And beyond just regular cap, like a regular cap test on a meter, we're doing capacitance under a load, which is really the way to do it. And then power factor. A lot of guys don't understand what power factor is, but basically it's your power factor needs to be 1. If your power factor is always 1, volts times amps would equal watts, right? And power factor is just basically determining if you're capacitive or inductive, and then how much of a correction you need to get that power factor back to 1. So when you're using the Redfish meter and you put it on watts, which is where I'd use the meter 99% of the time, because it's got a triple display. It displays watts, volts and amps all at the same time. And then also you can flip over to a power factor on there. But if your power factor is less than 1, that's where you use a cap to correct it, and that's what manufacturers do. So when you get like a 35 by 5 microfarad cap, that's the cap required to get the power factor back to 1. And then if you have power factor less than 1, you're just wasting electricity. It's basically you're generating heat energy. The load's either inductive or capacitive, and it just generates heat. So that's like a transformer is a inductive load. And when they're just sitting there idling, they get hot. You put your hand on a transformer, you feel it's warm, and that's because it's not really efficient. It's just a highly inductive, load, and it just generates the inductance generates heat.
Well, that brings up a good question that's been going around for years, and I know there's some questions in the chat. We'll get to those in just a second. But guys that are replacing run capacitors, simplest job ever, correct? You come back and there's a 35/5, but you only have a 40/5 or a 30/5. Most people just let that go. How much of a factor is that? Since you say they're correcting the power factor back to 1, is that going to cause an issue?
Yes, it will. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to cause an issue. You go in either direction. You're either going to make that circuit capacitive or inductive, and you're going to have a large amount of waste energy there. So, yeah, you don't want to do that if at all possible. I mean, it'll run still, but you can actually hear a sound difference. If you ever put the wrong size capacitor on a motor, you can actually tell when it's got the wrong cap on there, because it gets sort of a rumbling sound to it that you don't normally hear when it's running, with the right cap.
Interesting.
Okay.
Well, that solves that or answers that question. It's been going around for a long time. So, AK, do you see any other questions in the chat we need to address?
Yeah, Zach, you should be within 10% of the cap rating, right?
Okay. 10%.
Another thing, yeah, you'll see. So when you're testing a piece of equipment and you're testing capacitance, typically you want your capacitance to be within 10%. Capacitors, you'll see them rated at 10%, 6%, or 5%. And that just means it's a tighter tolerance cap, and it means it's going to be closer to the right capacitance. It's going to be matched to that motor, right? But as long as the capacitor is within 10% of its rating, you typically be at between a 0.98, 0.99, and 1 on the power factor. So it's just when you get outside of that 10% band that it really starts to cause some issues on there. And you got to remember too, when you're testing caps, you're going, well, it's 3, 5, 10%. There's also uncertainty in the meter, right? Because you're making a voltage measurement that's got some uncertainty. You're making an amperage measurement that's got some uncertainty, and the combined uncertainty, it's gonna be not a lot, but it's going to be a little bit. So if you're on a threshold, let's say of 6%, and you're at 6.2% or 6.8% or 7%, doesn't necessarily mean you got to throw that cap away. It may be within its manufacturer spec, but the meter can't read as the meter's got limitations, and especially the lower the microfarad the cap, it seems to me the harder it is to get an accurate reading on them. So because you just have a little less tolerance, to work with versus like let's say a 45 versus the 3, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's right. And the lower they get, the more error you'll have than if you had to replace it with something that's not the same, because you have a 5, replace it with a 7.5, all of a sudden you got something 50% larger.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. You're right. Yep, exactly.
All right.
So
AK.
on the new meter, it's going to be connectable to MeasureQuick, and so clearly it has a Bluetooth capability. Is that really designed, for applications like standing next to an air, crouch next to an air handler, closing the blower door and being able to see, blower amp draw on your phone with the door completely shut? Or is it actually suited for somebody, with the range to be able to watch compressor startup, inrush current outside while they're inside? Is it a significant range, or is it just meant to kind of give someone
it's not huge. It's not huge ranges. We'll address like range with what product we're going to call Virtuoso, which is the ability to stream data up to the cloud and back down to something. So if you had a connected tablet or your smartphone or whatever, and you wanted to stream the data, you could do that and watch remotely. But the Bluetooth in the meter is like a 30-foot Bluetooth, because typically when guys are making electrical measurements, you're standing there, not, you're not leaving your meter connected to something and walking away from it. It's just not a typical use case.
Correct. And I was going to follow up with that because a lot of people get hung up on that. And I think in an electrical meter, what I'm guessing is you guys developed this not so much so somebody could walk away and leave it in another building, more so that it could improve what data they can actually see at one time on the interface. It improves the interface experience and then also integrates it with system diagnostics using smart probes as well, right? It's just to marry all that together.
The big thing with a clamp is, we wanted to measure EER of equipment, energy efficiency ratio, calculated be able to calculate approximate SEER. And the reason you want to measure EER, there's a couple things we're trying to do on there. Number one is if you're watching your power factor and your power factor's dropping off 0.95, something like that, you got a cap failing, right? So immediately, every system I go out and test, and I test the watt draw on, because I can look at power factor at the same time I can sort of do a health check on my capacitor. Then I can measure capacitance under a load and do the calculation. And at the same time, calculate whether it's in tolerance or not. And then the big thing is EER. And so what we did on the meters, literally, you clamp the lead around the wire, you touch the 2 voltage leads to the contactor, and it pulls in the watts, the voltage, the amperage, the power factor, all at the same time. So instead of like the old meter, we had to make voltage measurements, then switch the meter to current, and then make all the current measurements, and then we had an assumed power factor. Well, now that power factor is not assumed, we're getting everything in one fell swoop. So it significantly increases the speed of gathering measurements with a new meter. And then it's the other thing we really focused on this meter was a very high resolution meter. A lot of clamps, they don't have really good low end resolution. So this will read down to 3 milliamps on the clamp on the CT, which is very unusual for a meter in this price range. So we can read at 3 watts at 120 volts. So literally, you can plug your little iPhone charger, and I can see how many watts your iPhone charger's drawn, on the meter. And then we've got a accessory with it called a line splitter that you plug into like if you have a refrigerator, an appliance you're testing, or a window air conditioner, or like California, they plug in blower motors. They plug in the air handlers in the attic. They just have a cord going to them and a wall outlet. So you take that line splitter, you plug it in, you plug the air handler into the line splitter, and then you can measure, basically splits the line of the 110. So you can measure volts and amps on the line splitter and get power in watts from like doing fan efficacy, which is watts per CFM. So there's a lot of great things. I think the really powerful thing though is just the app and the diagnostic. We've built in a lot of tests in there, but with a clamp, we're going to do a lot more because of like one of the things we're doing with a clamp that I think is slick is, I don't know how many guys have gone out and you get on a unit and you pull the capacitor and you can't even see the capacitance anymore. It's 4:00. You can't call the guy at the supply house and get any information from anybody. You don't know what cap goes in the meter. So we're setting it up so you could, if the cap's still working but it's going bad, you could tell this. Or if you just threw in a temporary cap in there, basically what it would tell you is what cap you got to use to get the power factor corrected. So you could test it with a fan, or test it with a compressor. It'll measure the current capacitance, and then it'll calculate what it's going to take to correct the phase angle to get it back to a power factor of 1. So that'll be really handy for being able to, replace capacitors and make sure you're getting the right cap for the right compressor.
Right. Yeah. I've got Zach, I got 2 I can kind of lump into one.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought of like 3 questions of my own. I feel bad because I want to ask them more than the chat questions. You go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. And they both kind of involved MeasureQuick integrations. For those that have already invested in meters recently, before the release of the Redfish, will they have the ability to do some of these capacitance under load tests with MeasureQuick, or is that a unique feature to Redfish in their app?
Well, the only Bluetooth meters we work with right now are Redfish. The Testo 770-3.
And that was that actually was the guy specifically asked that, because I think he's got that already.
That meter doesn't have the low end resolution that was needed to do some of the cap testing. It reads, I think it goes into the kilowatt range. Everything's displayed in the kilowatt range. We can go down to the watt range, and when you get in some of the smaller caps, it doesn't have the accuracy of the resolution. And then I don't know that Tesla's even shipping those right now. I haven't seen one in the field for a little while.
Right.
I'm not sure what the issue was with those, but
we haven't seen a lot of Testo period in the field or at trade shows or anywhere recently.
Not on the electrical side. I haven't. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing over there with the electrical side. But the other piece of it is some of the measurements we're taking require real-time measurement, and Testo on the 770 was app-to-app communication. And then I don't know that anybody else has a meter out there that has the same feature set that we do that would actually work. Because I know the Amprobe NAV 51 is also fairly low resolution, and a lot of the Fluke stuff is too. It's just made for more guys doing power, like building power quality management, not the kind of smaller stuff that we're doing on the HVAC industry.
Yeah,
on the residential side specifically.
Yeah. And then on that same kind of vein there, for guys with the UEI, what are they called? The Hub 6. Is there any plans for have they come to the table at all, or are they possibly going to be added?
We've looked at a lot of different products out there, and some of them we've tabled for now because we have multiple solutions and they don't provide anything that is unique, or they're a really small segment of market. Right now, when you look at Fieldpiece and Testo, they have the lion's share of the probe market, and we really focused our effort around those two because they have so much in the market. And when we look at some of the other products out there, they're interesting, but they're also when you're building out software, we have a ton of money invested in the software, and we just to put something in there that's got a user base of a few thousand, and we're not going to get the whole full user base using MeasureQuick, using on MeasureQuick, it just becomes cost prohibitive. So some of those things we just tabled for now. We did go to Sporlan, and we just couldn't come to an agreement with Sporlan. I think they really wanted to do it, but some of these companies, like when they get as big as Sporlan, like turning a Titanic, there's a lot of people that go into the decision-making process, and attorneys get involved, and people get worried about liability insurance, and it's like, it just gets all crazy sometimes. And, but Fieldpiece and Testo have been great to work with. And so we're focusing most of our effort on those two sets of smart probes. We are tying in the new, I don't know the numbers on the meters for the new S-Mans, but the S-Man manifolds that they're coming out with wireless clamps. I've got one of those on the way, and we're going to get that tied in.
Great.
So
yeah, that's probably going to be a much easier integration than bringing a whole other manufacturer on.
Yeah, and every one of them is a little bit different. People don't realize. How some of these are fairly easy, but some of them take months to get incorporated into MeasureQuick, because we got to, sometimes we get support from the manufacturer, sometimes we don't. We don't ever put a probe in without permission of the manufacturer, so it's not like we're just figuring out. But like with Testo, all their engineers are German. We can't just pick up the phone and call a guy and say, "Hey, how's your probe work?" So we gotta, we just got to figure out how it works and then tie it into MeasureQuick, because they just don't provide us with support like people might think they'd be able to.
Sure. And all this is moot if Redfish comes out with their smart probes, right?
Yeah, well, Redfish isn't going to get in the smart probe business anytime soon. So.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. That was one of the questions too.
What's the date on them?
Yeah, we're going to stick with the electrical meter side. We're really, to me, it's like almost like a red ocean product now. There's so many of them out there. To try and come in and compete would be a tough thing to do. You'd have to have something really unique and differentiate them. And between Testo and Fieldpiece, they're such powerhouses in manufacturing. For a company like Redfish to come in and try and compete would be very, very hard to do, because their economies of scale are so great. And it's not that we, the other thing is we're really focused on the software side more than the hardware. That's why I had Supco distribute the meters, because our primary goal was, to make software for the HVAC market on the app side, because that's what we're really, really good at. And, we just decided early on that we needed the hardware, because we wanted the patent, the Redfish meter patent. So we had a right, I guess you call it a right to practice, because we have a patent with the connected tools that's come in very handy for us. But for the most part, we're trying to stay out as much as we can out of the hardware business and focus on software.
Sure. How about integration with wireless scales, existing wireless scales?
Yeah. So we're looking. I haven't talked to Fieldpiece about their scale yet. I know AccuTools is working on some stuff with their scale. We work pretty closely with AccuTools, so I'm sure we'll tie in the AccuTools scale when that gets out. And we haven't looked at too much of UEI or stuff. I know CPS, that little capture hood that they had, that's going to get tied into MeasureQuick. A lot of guys use that for proportional balancing of systems and that kind of stuff. So I do have that sitting in the back that'll go in sometime soon. That's more for, we also service California pretty heavily with like Title 24 compliance, regulatory compliance. So, that certain tools fit into certain markets we're trying to service with the software.
Man, I had a bunch of great questions, and now they're not relevant any longer.
Yeah.
That's okay. There's a good question here from young Billy Spawn. It says, will MeasureQuick be free forever?
Yeah, we have the discussion every once in a while, and as far as I've really put my foot down that that the core functionality that we're giving away today is always going to be free. And we do have a monetization plan for the software, but it's probably towards the end of this month we're going to release our cloud backend, and the cloud's going to allow for storage of data, and then things like streaming of data live from one tech to another tech. So what we're doing is anybody can push data up to the cloud. There's no charge for that. And then let's say a year from now, you want to come back out and you want to pull that data back down. It'll be a very nominal fee. Like our goal is right now is to keep it at a quarter. So instead of typing all that stuff back in and typing in the model numbers, the serial numbers, the customer information, it'll all come back down out of the cloud. But the big thing is storing a benchmark in the cloud. So when you're using MeasureQuick, you can benchmark your equipment. So to record the superheat, the subcooling, the design temperature difference for the evaporator, design temperature difference for the condenser, it'll record the airflow, it'll record all kinds of information about the piece of equipment. So when you come back out, you're comparing the current operation to the past operation. And then if equipment's set up a certain way, like you did a heat loss calculation and you have the airflow set a specific way for a reason, every technician in your company, it comes out is using the same core set of assumptions on how that piece of equipment should operate. So it keeps everybody in a level playing field when it comes to knowledge. And then it also, once you benchmark it, diagnostics become extremely accurate, because now we know exactly how that piece of equipment should operate. So we can tell if you have a capacitance problem to a charge problem to an airflow problem, we can diagnose those problems really, really quickly. So
absolutely. Yeah. So that seems like a great for people with service contracts that do reoccurring annual, semi-annual, stuff like that. And like you said, without benchmarking it and being able to trend it, you're missing out on a lot of proactive opportunities, things that you can preemptively know are going to fail before they do in some cases, and save the customer a lot of time and pain and hardship there.
Yeah, and that's on that note, on that predictive stuff, that's another project we're working on with Emerson Climate, is a product called Sensi Predict. That's launching out. In fact, we're going down to see Bryan Orr at the end of this month. We're rolling that product out with Emerson. And Sensi Predict is a predictive maintenance tool. So it's a set of leave behind sensors. It's 10 sensors, mounts on your furnace or your air conditioner. It measures liquid line temp, suction line temp, return air conditions, supply air conditions, air handler volts and amps, and condenser volts and amps, and outdoor air temperature. Basically, it takes a set of 10 sensors, and what it's looking for is a change in operation. So MeasureQuick is used to benchmark the system initially. So we provide that benchmark to Emerson, and then they monitor off of our benchmark to look for changes in operation. So if the power factor starts to go bad, they can tell if a cap's going to go. Before it even fails, they can tell the cap's going to go. Or if the filter needs changed because the temperature drop's starting to go crazy, or if the suction line temperature is getting warm and you're starting to lose refrigerant charge. And they can track down probably 100, 150 problems with Sensi Predict. So, and the idea behind this is you quit going out 2 times a year to your customer. You go out 1 time a year, and then the rest of the time it's monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by Emerson. And then they send you a text as a contractor and a homeowner alert that says your system needs serviced and your contractor's been contacted, and then the contractor going to reach out and call the homeowner, schedule service. But what's cool is if it's something like a capacitor failing in the outdoor unit, you can literally just send the guy out with a cap in the outdoor unit, build a customer, and the customer doesn't even have to be home, right? Because you know exactly what's going on and what's wrong. And then you test the system again with MeasureQuick when you leave to make sure it's still meeting all the benchmark requirements. So that's one of our bigger projects we've been working on. There's a ton of stuff, we don't talk about all the time until it's rolling out. We've got a lot of different projects going with different clients, and those are the ones that are really fun to measure quick. And the rest of it, say is always going to be free. Well, yeah, as long as we can. And that's how we're funding it, is through other, a lot of it's other sources, like, some of the work we're doing with Emerson, and some of the work we're doing with utility clients and things like that. And because otherwise you couldn't, there's literally millions of dollars in software development. We couldn't just give it away for free like we're doing. But
that's amazing. The technology and where we're heading. I see this being a cool step that will get some time to take advantage of, and then down the road, at some point, the equipment begins getting manufactured with that technology in it and sending out alerts to something similar. I could see that. Yeah. Way down the road. Right now, it'd be cost prohibitive to do for the manufacturers. Wouldn't consider something like that, considering they're trying to do the opposite and make everything as cheap as possible for manufacturing process. But someday, and that'll be before the robot, and then a little bit after that is when the robot techs will be developed.
Yeah, I think as long as we have, I don't see it changing anytime soon. We won't need a technician because sensors fail. You're not. You've been in commercial industrial work.
Right.
You and I both have changed out our fair share of thermistors on equipment because the thermistor went bad and it's calling something, saying something wrong. It's not. Pressure transducers. They're only set up for millions of cycles, and you think about equipment running 24 hours, 7 days a week, they're going to go bad. CO sensors go bad. There's nothing on a furnace. If your furnace was a car, it would operate, it would drive about 100,000 miles per year. Think about how many hours your car operates versus how many hours your furnace operates. Your furnace is running 1,000 hours a year, right? If you did 1,000 hours at 60 miles an hour, right, Zach? Come on, you're good at math. How many miles is that, Zach?
Say it again. Hold on a second. 1,000. What now?
1,000 hours at 60 miles an hour.
60 miles an hour. That's going to be
60,000.
That's what I said, by the way. I said 60,000. Is that right?
Yeah. 60,000 miles 60,000 miles a year you'd be putting on your car, right?
Right.
Your furnace runs a lot. And then you think about that blower, it's running, now that's just 1,000 hours for the heating season, right? In Ohio. and then you got another 1,000 hours for cooling season. So, you're talking about 120,000 miles a year you're putting on the blower on your furnace. So the stuff it's amazing it lasts as long as it does, because it really is run hard and poorly maintained most of the time.
Right.
I thought you were going to say put up wet. I really did think you were going to say that.
Yeah, usually, it runs constantly. It's usually an improper application in the first place, and then it's poorly maintained. That's the extra step, the application part. So real quick before we change gears, Zach, just want to throw quick thanks out in the chat. I think Dizzy Dallas, Chris Stevens, thank you so much for the super chat, guys. It means a lot. Yep, helps a lot. Appreciate it. So,
all right, Jim, I want to go back because the information you just gave us about that monitoring system, that's brand new to me, from you guys at least. But I know I saw some other monitoring systems coming out of AHR, and I know previously similar products. Do you know about those products, the ones at AHR that were released? I won't go into who released it, but you know them very well. Do you know how yours is going to be different than that product?
Oh, it'll work. Yeah. So
fair enough.
Functional. Got it.
Yep.
Is it a similar sort of field? Is it going to be some competition in that field, or is it something where you guys are doing something different?
No, there's really no competition in that field, Zach. So,
I had to ask.
You got to remember the important thing too, Zach. It's just like when, if you remember Jim talking with Bryan a year or two ago about manifolds, and I forgot you worded it like a catchphrase, and I remember I liked that, but I just don't remember what it was. You said something like they put marketing over functionality, or what was it? You were referring. We were talking about micron gauges in the manifold itself. And you said you think we got away from it. Jim, I'm asking Jim. Yeah. It was the idea that that was more of a
marketing team.
The what?
Products designed by the marketing team.
Products designed by the marketing team, and that happens when you've got companies or brands that just put the best marketing or sales minds on the team, and they don't have people that love the industry. So, that really does make a difference. Maybe not in boardrooms short term, but long game. I think that's always going to be the winner.
You mean like putting what some technicians are asking for over what's maybe correct? Is that what we're saying here?
Well, yeah, like what we were asking about HR, and he indicated that some of them aren't working, and I could see that. I could see a company with tons of money to be able to take a quick look at the industry, see what might be on the horizon for the next big thing, throw a shit ton of money at it, not really put the time into seeing though if it works right, if it's the right application right now, does it really benefit the industry, or is it just flashy versus someone like Jim going to work with it and
I don't know how many AHRs you've been to, Zach, but it's amazing. Every time we go, we see something knocked off by one company or another. It's the tech. Everybody's always watching what everybody's doing, and they're trying to knock it off. And a lot of times they're poor quality knockoffs because they just don't have the fundamentals and the science down, on how this stuff actually works. And, or they don't have any passion for the industry. There's a lot of people that are out to make profit over having passion for the industry, and profit's a byproduct of what we do, not the reason that we go to work every day. I mean, I don't go to work every single day thinking, wow, how much money I'm going to make today. I'm like always going to work, figuring out, how can I communicate better, how to get these jobs done right? How can we communicate better and MeasureQuick what SEER is or what EER is, or how can we communicate better how to get an evacuation done right? Or how can we communicate better that the vacuum pumps people are using to get a bigger pump's not going to help? And so that I've been constantly out there. I mean, that's why, why we work with Testo, why we work with Navac, why we work with AccuTools, why we work with Fieldpiece. I've demoed a ton of different products over the years and just showed how things work because we like education. We like teaching people about how things work. And that's a little difference between MeasureQuick and anybody else you see out there. I mean, that's we're making an investment in our industry to make it better in the future, and, I mean, it may sound like a grandiose thing, but that's just, it's the way I've always been. It's just any money we've made has just been a byproduct of that.
First of all, thank you all the super chats. There's like 5 of them that came in or something, and that's wonderful. No, I like that. I totally believe that you were on board as far as doing what's best for the industry, and I totally believe that some of these other guys are definitely not doing that. That's one of the reasons I want to give you the opportunity to say how y'all's would be different and do different things than some of the other ones. And they're naming stuff in the chat that I didn't even know about. Like they're saying Parker does it too, which I didn't even know Parker did it. I was referring to somebody else you know very well, and then a couple other ones you might not know. Like Jackson.
I'm sure there's some people out there. And what Emerson's got is unique, and I know they've got a lot of IP around it, intellectual property patents. So I mean, it's not Me Too product out there. I think that's the other thing we see is a lot of Me Too stuff. That it's always interesting to see when, and a lot of times too, Testo came out with a digital manifold or DigiCool. I'm not sure again who came out with it first, but both about the same time. And then, a couple years later, Fieldpiece looks at it and goes, well, we can probably figure out how to do this cheaper. And they come out with one, and CPS comes out with one that is a dead knockoff of the Testo one. It literally looks like they shipped the Testo unit over to China and just had it built off their product. And then you see, what was it? MeasureQuick came out with that green thing. That was a nightmare for the industry. You got a bunch of people out there. They try and jump on the bandwagon and make the Me Too products, and some of them work and some of them don't. And then, people find out that they're really good at electronics, but not so good at the mechanical side. So we saw the mechanical failures along the way with the manifolds. And then, we found out with Testo, static electricity was a big problem. We were blowing out the thermistors on them. I mean, this new technology does not come without pains along the way, growing pains. But it is what it is. So
Bill said it's the Refco green manifold, the Digimon is the one you were referring to. And here's one of your Testo knockoffs right here.
Oh, yeah.
The Dewey.
It looked a lot better before I shot it with the 410. So, but that's exactly what it's built off.
Well,
keep it with a Glock or something. I was going to.
Yeah. Well, no, it was a shotgun.
Take a look at this thing. It didn't even,
So if you notice though, Zach, if you hold that back up, Jim, I don't know if you saw us.
Let me highlight it real
destroy
quick.
this before, but I don't think though that there's any other product on the market that does have a fun button. So they were keeping, the technician experience in mind when they developed it. It may not be able to fix an air conditioning unit, but it's got a fun button.
Yeah,
you don't say that every day. You surely don't.
Yeah, it probably is actually short for FUBAR.
I think it is. I think it definitely is. This one in particular is definitely FUBAR.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty funny. I got off track there. I've written down like 1,000 things that went throughout this. I'm going to go back to something else. You talked about CPS and the flow hood. What types of verified airflow measurement are going to be integrated into MeasureQuick? Now, I know you have the temperature and humidity probes, and you have what you're talking about, the flow hood. Is that the only 2 right now, or are there more?
Testo 420 works with MeasureQuick, and we can do the duct blaster pressure matching method, I think, with MeasureQuick. I'd have to go back and look. We might not have that open to the public yet. We do our method. Then you can obviously input anything you want. So if you have like another capture hood you have and you want to type in the reading off your hood, you can definitely do that for sure. But we always run our estimated airflow reading in the background to make sure the reading you get is good also, just to compare it.
Does it have like a swing, like if you're off by 5 or 10%, it'll throw up a flag or something?
Oh, yeah, actually it does. It has a flag in there and it says airflow is higher and lower than expected. And then it also tells you to double check your probe locations. But we're also doing some things. We can actually tell if your probes are not in the right position in the duct, and we can flag that also in MeasureQuick.
How does it do that? That's an interesting thing. So what was the measurements are too far apart?
If I told you, I'd tell you, Zach.
I would. It'd be word dying for. So go ahead. No, I'm very far away. So
yeah, it's all off of. So as your probes get closer to your evaporator coil, right? The temperature of the evaporator coil and the probe becomes closer together because it's being affected by the radiant heat transfer. So if you think about it, like let's say you have a 75-degree return air goes across the coil, comes out at 55 degrees. The coil itself is 40 degrees. You got a 40-degree evaporator coil. So if the airflow is correct, the temperature of the coil should not be close to the temperature of the air. There's 15 degrees between the two, right? And if you put your probe right on top of the coil, it's going to be very close to the coil temperature, and then it'll, then we know it's not in a good position. Too close in line of sight.
Okay. So if the measured temperature is close to like the saturation temperature, it'll trigger another flag or something like that.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's very cool. All right. So you guys have made improvements like this all along after you developed the app. There's things like this popping up periodically. You're adding to it.
Oh gosh, yeah. There's literally, we have a 2-year development roadmap, and there's literally hundreds of changes you guys don't know about going in the background all the time, improving the software, improving the diagnostics, improving just the general operation to make it operate smoothly. And also we're trying to make it better communicate certain things all the time, whether it's targets, I don't know. There's just so many things that go on. We have never stopped. We have never had a day where we haven't been changing something in the software. I mean, it's continual development.
Right. Well,
Now,
I'm sorry, Zach.
No, I've been talking for a long time. AK, go ahead.
No, it sounds like you got a bunch of questions written down. Mine was kind of a wrap up.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Well, I forgot what mine was. Damn it, AK. Wrap it up. Fine.
Nope. I was going to say, the things you were talking about. See, I'm learning every day in my new role. So that the term, I don't know if you guys use it too, would be running changes then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things that are along the way, things that they weren't necessarily like planned at the end of the year. This is going to be a big release. These are things on the fly that are being improved upon. So are there enough of those running changes going on to where that's keeping you all plenty busy? Or is there anything that, we can have on the back of our minds to expect that's new or different from MeasureQuick, 2019?
Yeah, the big things are going to be the cloud release the next couple of weeks, and then the integration. We really deeply integrated in the new 550 into the app to pull in all the power calculations in there. That we're doing more with diagnostics in the TechLink application. But the biggest thing I think, what people don't realize, I'm constantly surfing Facebook all day long, watching, people using MeasureQuick, people asking questions, trying to be accessible. But also what I'm doing is I'm trying to never answer the same question twice. So when somebody's using our software and they go, and I got to call them up and explain to them how to pair in the probes or whatever, we're redoing that to make sure that doesn't happen again. Or we're making a pop-up. Like we had a guy this week, he calls me and he goes, I bought the job length probes and they aren't working, with MeasureQuick. And so I call the guy up and I get him on the phone. I said, I'm walking through it. I said, is your Bluetooth off? Oh yeah. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm like, okay. So I called, Bobby up and I said, hey, put a change in that thing. If it doesn't see the Bluetooth on, it tells you to turn your Bluetooth on before you try and connect your probes. So it's little things like that make the software more and more intuitive. The thing that you can't do is, like, a lot of times you see so many pop-ups on your phone. The first thing you do is when one pops up, you close it before you even read it. And so that's a really hard thing to fix because sometimes people don't read things. But for the most part, it's all about making software that's really intuitive and really easy to use. The other thing we're going to do this year, in fact, the reason I just hired an administrative assistant at the office because I'm just getting too many things going, was we're build out a full training on MeasureQuick. We have not, I don't think you'll find a single video out there where I've gone through and really gone into detail about what MeasureQuick does and how it works and how you'd use it day to day in your job. And, we just haven't done that yet. And so, and two reasons. One is the software wasn't to a place where I was ready to do that, because I hate going back and redoing things later on. So we weren't at a stopping point. Now we're getting closer to where the software is at that 95%, where I'm saying, okay, I can start to do some training videos on this, and we're not going to change a lot of the core stuff because it's locked in. We might make improvements, but the core framework and things I wanted in there are in there, and now I'll be able to, to train people on those. So that's the other thing I'm going to really focus on in the next couple of weeks here and months is more training on how to use it and what it does and why you care, why you should care.
Right. Well, that's a thorough answer, Zach. Zach, you're muted.
It's the best he sounded all night, by the way.
I was actually singing a bit from Les Miserables.
Oh, okay.
Did you get to hear any of it?
No.
That's for the best. That's for the best. Yeah. I was going to ask you, AK. You were wrapping it up, and then Jim talked for like 5 minutes. You said it was going to be wrapped up, so what's going on?
No. I meant my question was just kind of a wrap up on MeasureQuick and what was going on. Because that's kind of, I think, what everybody was ultimately going to climax with.
Well, I want to say a couple things before, because we do have to transition here because it's been an hour or so. I want to say, first and foremost, Jim answered all the skill trade-up questions correctly. Right off the bat, he got them all right. So if you guys want to try that.
We asked him before the show.
Oh, yeah. And he already did say that they are working on changing the name of that host to Smurf Boner. That's a thing that I've consciously tried to do because they feel like it'll appeal to more people. Would you buy a Smurf Boner, AK?
I already have 2.
Great. I have a couple in the other room. So, I mean.
I have 4. I
guess that's a Smurf orgy.
Yeah. I've got like
is that a
12 foot of 12. Got 12 foot of it. I got the Papa Smurf right there. Like so.
And Jim's just going to drop out of this hangout. Like he never came here or something like that. Well, time to go. Well, Jim, I want to ask you one more thing. What is the best way to contact you? Because these guys have a lot more questions we've gotten to here today. So how can they get up with you?
You can always shoot me an email at jim@measurequick.com is the easiest way. So, I can answer any questions. I usually get to them pretty quickly. I watch Facebook Messenger. I watch Facebook. I watch my email. So, there's plenty of ways you can get a hold of me.
Well, there you go, guys. There is the great Jim Bergman answering your questions, maybe most of them, maybe about 50% of them, because y'all just asked too many questions. So email him, find him on Facebook. He's there, like he said. We're going to transition to another part of the show where we go over the new IRC 120 from Amprobe. Jim, I want to thank you for coming on the show. I'm going to let AK transition us from right here with something brilliant to wrap up this interview.
Well, we're going into your segment, right?
Yep.
We're going into your segment. So, Jim, we appreciate it again, as always. We always end up being left with more questions, though. So we'd love to be able to have you on again here down the road, maybe another few months. It looked like Zach had a whole list that he wrote up that we didn't get to tonight. So
I by the way, I've been working for almost 3 weeks now on a vacuum presentation, a training on vacuum, a real detailed training. I've got about 60 PowerPoint slides put together that are all the science of evacuation and really trying to get rid of some of the mystery out of that, because that's like it's completely a lost art in our industry. I mean, it's the more time I spend it, the more I've learned, and I've really I spent the last 3 weeks condensing it all down. When you and I go out and do that training, I'll be doing that presentation then, but I'll try and get that online. It's about an hour long. I've recorded it a couple times, and after I record it, I'm like, I want to add something else in there. So I go back and record it again. So I'm going to record it one more time. I'll probably try and get it done this week and get something up online. It'll be, I don't know if I'm going to break it into 4 videos or just make it one long video, but keep an eye out for that. That'll be next.
Where are they going to see that located?
Probably on, I'll probably throw it up on AccuTools Facebook page, on MeasureQuick's Facebook page on YouTube. Be a bunch of different places. I mean, I usually, whenever I do a video, I usually throw it up a bunch of different places to see what sticks. So
that's our method too. Okay, fantastic.
Yep. All right, guys, we appreciate it. I'll see you again soon.
It's a pleasure, Jim. Thanks for coming by.
Yep. Bye.
All right, guys, let's transition over to our Amp Pro segment. We'll be back in a few minutes to play some skilled trade up. 3. We are looking at the brand new Amprobe IRC 120. We had the IRC 110 all throughout last year, giving them away. People loved them. It's an affordable way for an HVAC technician to break into the thermal camera market. So the brand new IRC 120s are on the market now, so we're going to open this sucker up and see what it's all about. I can see some changes right here, this dial right here. We have a micro SD adapter. So we know, first of all, we can save images onto the camera. So let's see what else it says right here. IRC 120 thermal camera, 5-in-1 thermal image, infrared temperature, laser pointer, flashlight and UV light, infrared heat map image blending, HVAC, electrical, mechanical, and automotive applications. All right. As you see on the back, it takes 3 AA batteries. So let's open it up. We have our instructions. There's a lot, but that's probably 17 different languages too. We have a small lanyard to attach to the device. We have our micro SD adapter where you put your micro SD card right there, just like in your phones. And here is the thermal camera itself. As you can see, it does have a light on the end. You can see that right away. Looks like the dial is to open and shut the lens right there. It does look like it has a mount, just like you would have for your camera. So like a tripod mount. Let's try it out. This is one of my lighting stands, so we're just going to see if this works. So you can leave it right on a stand to use it. Interesting. That's something the last one did not have as well. So we have our batteries in here. 3, there's one below those 2. Let's take a little protective film off of it. Okay, so to turn the device on, turn it on there. See the Amprobe logo. And you can see, let's look around a little bit. I'll put my hand in the way. It's a pretty popular way to do this. I'll put my hand down there. You can see my hand, much warmer, as I am a warm-blooded creature. It says 2 seconds on the light. You see the light comes on. Very interesting. So the first thing I see is the top line has this weird like epsilon E symbol, has 0.95. So let's see what that is actually. You can see there's the image blending. That's not what we're looking for. Oh, here we are right here. Here we are right here. Emissivity. Emissivity. The emissivity of the surface of a material describes its effectiveness in emitting energy as thermal radiation. Quantitatively, emissivity is the ratio of the thermal radiation from a surface to the radiation from an ideal black surface at the same temperature as given by... I don't understand any of that. Basically, it's how it emits thermal radiation, I guess. And you can adjust that based on your preferences. I didn't mean to throw the book. That was for comic effect. I'm sorry. As we run through the up and down dial, it changes the blending of the thermal sensitivity to just a real-time camera type look. Push down, you see it's like straight up thermal radiation, baby. Lightens up a little bit. It kind of meshes with the actual camera, as you can tell, guys. And then you see the 2x4 in the picture. And then it's basically a picture almost without any thermal signatures. You see right there? And you see it as I change it. There you go. It has the flashlight, has a UV detection. You can detect ultraviolet dye that you put into a system with this light. So it's pretty cool. They actually gave me a little bit of dye. So maybe I'll put some on this 2x4 here. And it'll probably give me some sort of cancer. But I think it's worth it if we can make a good video. I'm going to now do a little demonstration of what the leak dye looks like. Amprobe sent some of the stuff, a glow effect. Pretty neat. Concentrated UV water dye additive. So I'm going to demonstrate it in this small thing of water and just show how the light picks up the dye. Now we're going to add a few drops of the green UV dye, see what it looks like. So as you can see, it shows up very well in the water. And there's the green one. It shows up really well when you're just shining the light on it like this. Nice artistic effect right there. I just want to demonstrate how this light would react with UV dyes to show leaks in a refrigeration system. It's not really how you would find it. You find it sprayed across an evaporator coil a lot of times, or around a joint or something like that. But just thought this was a cool way to demonstrate how the light works. I don't know what this is. Let's see. Crap, I don't know what something is again. Look, guys. I don't know what that Illuminati symbol means, so what we're going to do is we're going to look that up too. Dang it, I threw the book. Laser sighting. Laser sighting provides an accurate visual target for temperature measurement. Once laser sighting is enabled on the menu, return to the measurement mode by pressing the navigator button to the right and press the trigger to activate laser sighting. Oh, that sounds fun. Lasers are always fun. I'm so glad we read the manual. But now that we're done with it. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to show you right in front of me. You can see the laser sight right there. Let's zoom in a little bit. I'm going to turn off the UV light. And we're going to go back to the laser sight. So you can see exactly where you're aiming. That's a pretty cool looking little symbol right there. It's like the bat symbol. Let's see it on the door over there. See? Very nice. Very cool. So I need to figure out how to get those things on the SD card. Damn it, I need the manual again. Page 10. Memory SD card. Oh, here we go. To view saved images, navigate to the SD card icon in the menu. Most recent images will appear first. Note, images cannot be deleted or renamed through the IRC 120 interface. Make these modifications by installing the SD card in an alternate device, such as a computer. Hey, wait. I have a computer. I can do that right from my office. It's so easy! The SD card comes installed in the product and will name saved photos in numerical order from 1 to 9,999. Great, so the card's already in there and the adapter is for when we put it into our computing devices. Trigger the laser pointer and image capture. Number 8, that's our trigger. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull the trigger, take an image so we can look at. So I need something interesting in the image. Here we go. We'll take a picture of the NAVAC 2CFM pump. Oh, it lets you choose whether you're going to keep it or delete it. So I'm going to keep it. And now I should be able to see it down here. And there it is. That's pretty cool. So if you have something you need to show your customer, you can actually save it on your device, or it's to show them on here. And that way you can kind of talk about what's going on with his or her system or house or whatever you're using it for, either home performance or electrical or refrigeration wise. You can display it to the customers. That's pretty cool. So there's a lot of upgrades to the IRC 120, and we're going to start giving away a whole bunch of these on the Skilled Trade Up. So make sure you're calling in and playing, because you're going to want to win this thing because it's pretty cool. Guys, this is my water heater, electric that is, as you can tell. So we're going to show you what the lines look like through the thermal imager. As we can see the cold water line on the right. Right there you can see the hot water line on the left. So that's pretty clearly defined. And let's see what happens when I change the settings. More thermal and less of the detail of the picture. Keep going. Even less detail. And then it resets where you get mostly just the picture. As you can see, we have little Jackson down here on the floor. We're going to see what kind of heat signature he makes. That'll be fun. Here we are. Let's see. Yep, he shows up pretty good on there. And there he's on the move. Let's try the different modes. More thermal, less detail, even more so. Then it comes back to the regular picture. You can see he's a very happy baby, except when he's sick, like now. But he's still pretty happy. That's the setting I've been using. It's kind of the best compromise between detail and thermal imaging.
As you can see, it changes quite a bit as you adjust it. Let me know in the comments if this is a tool that you could use in your everyday job, and let me know what you would use it for. It's the IRC 120 from Amprobe.
Live from the HVAC Shop Talk Studios in Willard, North Carolina, it's time to play Skill Trade Up. Welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I didn't forget the mute button again. Man, it's like regression. Good God.
I liked Ralph's little health warning to everybody.
You like that, man? You like that?
I did. I don't think he's here tonight, but
No, I didn't see him here, but I definitely want to put that in there. I like to put some funny stuff. Did you see the Death Star too?
I did.
Yeah.
I did for that laser focus. Yeah.
I thought of you.
Yes.
Zack working on Amazon. No, I don't know what that means. Working on Amazon. I don't know. People are calling, but we haven't put the call now thing up. And in respect to Tony, McKay last week, we're going to only take calls when we put up a little call sign, right?
That's right.
AK's like conflicted about that or something. Sure, whatever, man. That's kind of what I don't care. So in the spirit of that, here, I'll put up a little sign. Let's see if it pops up or not. Let's wait. Let's see if it pops up. There it is. Yeah. Oh, the box is Amazon. Oh, yeah. That's the skill trade up stuff.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
I got what you're saying. I got you. I didn't see it at first, but that's because I'm stupid. But I got you now. All right. I got you. Oh, we have a phone call. Let's see who it is. Hello, you're on the air.
Oh, wow. I actually made it.
Can you hear him, AK?
I can. Who do we have the pleasure of speaking with tonight?
Randy Dunn.
Wait a
Randy
second.
Dunn.
Of Randy and Susie?
Yes, sir.
Are you looking to become the most winningest couple ever to be on Shop Talk?
Yeah, why not? Might as well give it a shot.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So this is kind of cool. How we had to turn up the volume a little bit here. Yeah. Thanks for the feedback there, Justin. All right. Let me turn that up a little bit more. All right, Randy, say I'm ready to play so we can check your level here.
I'm ready to play.
All right. Hopefully that was pretty good. Let me know if we need to turn it up any more, Justin. And here's what we can do. AK, are you ready to do the 2 and 4 and I'll do the 1 and 3?
Beautiful.
Okay. All right. So you don't want to get on with it. Let's get this over with. Let's get in there, right? Let's do this thing, right?
Right. Let's do this.
Okay, here we go. Here is your very first question. To retard the growth of microbial particles, which of the following lamps are used in air handler rooms? Infrared, or should I say A, infrared, B, sodium vapor, C, lightsabers, or D, UV or ultraviolet?
I love multiple choice. I'm going to go with D, ultraviolet.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're correct. That's exactly right. Fantastic. So you got your first question. What we're going to do now is I have these great Amazon boxes and other boxes right next to me. I'm going to take it out of the box, and you may not be watching, but I'm going to describe what you just won, okay?
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
watching.
In box number 1, you have the following great stuff, but not as good as the rest of that stuff further down the line. You have the Ryobi infrared thermometer right here, straps onto your phone. Very cool. You have a pin and a thermostat screwdriver and a Bacharach sticker. Very nice Bacharach sticker. Okay? That stuff is great. But is it good enough for you to quit and keep it, or you want to keep going?
I want to keep going.
Man, no one ever quits on the first question.
Yep.
That's never happened before. We're not even going to ask anymore. Okay. This will be AK coming at you with question number 2, which is
all right.
here.
Yep. Waiting for that delay. 1 horsepower is equivalent to how many watts? Is it A, 7460, B, 74.6, C, 74,600, or D, 746?
And you have a lifeline. Don't forget you have the 50-50 lifeline if you need it.
I want a 50-50 that one. I think I've heard this question before.
Okay. AK, I'll let you give him the 50-50. You pick 2.
Okay. Two to strike from the choices, or 2 that one of which is the answer?
This seems so clumsy. No, you go ahead and give him 2 possible answers, one of them being the right answer. You just pick out whichever 2 you want. You go ahead, AK. You have the board.
All right. So we're gonna go with for your questions for your answers remaining. You can either have 7,460 watts or 746 watts as your equivalent to 1 horsepower.
I'm going to go with D.
Final
D.
answer?
746.
Now, is that
Zack
the right answer?
Zack, he didn't get this. He did get the sound effect for this.
Is it the right answer, though? Let's find out right
yeah.
now. Oh, yeah! Yeah, it is. It is the right answer. You're right. You're right. Okay.
I believe y'all beat my wife with one question like that once.
We might have. I don't remember how many times she played, but she won the last time. I know that. And she knew enough, and she was smart enough to say, I'm just going to stop. She's the only person that had any self-control in this game whatsoever. Oh, man, this box is heavy.
I'm the worst half of her, so let's keep going.
Maybe you'll get to question number 4 then.
Oh, that's right.
In fact, she's over there giving you the answers right now. I hear that. Here we go. I'm not going to take all this stuff out. This is all the refrigeration technology stuff we have. It's in this box. So every cleaner, every spray cleaner, Nylog, and everything. Now, it's a nice prize, but is it going to satisfy you, or are you going to go for more?
Nope, I'm a little greedy, and I like to gamble. Let's keep going.
Oh, wow. Susie has not rubbed off on you at all. So we're going to gamble some more. All right, here you go.
He's going to trade up. He's going to trade up.
And we're going to have that. AK came to me like a week ago and said, we have to have the sound effect, right? And I was like, yes. And I didn't make one all week like a dumbass. But next week, I'm going to have a sound effect for trading up. I promise you. Or we'll have to make some kind of bet. If I forget, I have to do something stupid or something.
It should be the Mario power-up.
Anything Mario is a huge winner.
That's a great plan.
So we just had a massive Mario themed birthday party today for my son. So.
Oh my gosh.
Huge.
Are you?
So you remember my van?
Yeah.
The magnet pixels and all that. We did that with the cake. I did it with M&Ms painstakingly. Every
Holy
pixel.
hell. Really?
Yeah. I'll have to text you a picture later.
Do that, please. Yeah.
What sucked though is that like to get like the skin tone, they don't really make like white people colored M&Ms. So I had to do like jelly beans. I found these jelly beans that kind of sucked for the kids. It was like you might get chocolate, you might get like peach in a bite with the chocolate cake, something disgusting, but they don't care. Kids didn't care.
That's fantastic.
They wolfed it down.
Can I find some white people M&Ms? You need to ask that in the store. And please, try it at Family Dollar. That'll be my favorite. Where are the white people M&Ms at? Sir, can you leave?
Yeah. It wouldn't be the worst thing on my Google search history, but yeah.
Yeah, me neither. Are you kidding me? It's not even near the top. Oh, man. Okay, then. Let's go to question number 3. Which of the following gases is the main constituent in natural gas? A, methane, B, propane, C, butane, or D, ethane?
Natural gas. I want to say, I want to go with methane.
Are you fairly confident about methane?
Not really. I need that one or ethane, but I know methane comes from a lot of natural sources, so I think I'm going to go with that one.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, sir.
That's a very tough question, and a lot of people wouldn't know that, but you did. You got the third prize. You're in sacred territory right here that only one has reached, and his name was the Kangaroo God. So you're the only one.
The kangaroo guy. Wow.
Here's a box. It's very light and very small. So prize number 3. Let's see if I can get it out. Is the Amprobe IRC 120 thermal camera.
What?
So that tells you how good our prizes are because this is the third prize. What say you?
Yeah.
I want that. I've actually been wanting that.
So you're going to stop now and keep the Amprobe.
I'm going to stop that. Yep.
Awesome. Okay. I feel like I already know y'all's address because I've sent you more packages than anyone else in history. So I'll just send it to the same place.
You could go ahead and send it in my wife's name. I was going to try to get her this for her birthday, so just don't tell her about it. Wait, she's watching, so.
Well, we'll make it a secret.
No, it's all good. But yeah, you just send it to that.
All right. Well, you won. You had self-control. It must run in the family. So congratulations on that. And we're going to play one more time with somebody else then.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Hey, man. Did a good job.
All right, man. Thanks for calling.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
That was some fast Googling on Susie's part next to him.
You guys think we don't know about this stuff? Come on. He got up to level 3. He got it. We already have someone calling back in. Let's go ahead and take him and see if we can't do another big winner today. Who is it?
Justin P.
Oh, Justin P. All right, man. Always in the chat, always making comments. What's happening?
Another day, man. Been out eating with
where
my
you calling
mother for
from?
birthday. Lexington area.
What? Isn't that your area, AK?
Did you say Lexington?
Yeah, I'm about 30 minutes, 45 minutes from there. I would just say that it's easy.
Oh, have we talked in the chat before? Are you up near Flemingsburg?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I've talked to you in the chat before. That's I knew about that. Okay.
So you didn't know about that.
Good to hear you on tonight. Yeah. Hopefully we get you something here.
Yeah. Hopefully you hear this. Oh yeah. But hopefully you don't want to hear just because it's a horrible noise in general. I mean, it's a horrible noise. Just audibly, it's annoying. So are you ready to play, man? Are you ready to do this?
I'm ready to do this.
All right. We love it. We'll do 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 again, AK. We'll just keep that up forever. How's that?
That works.
All right. Here we go with question number 1. It's a hard one. TEV stands for A, try every violin. B, thermal expansion valve. C, thermal enlargement valve. Or D, test emission vortex.
I'm going to go with the thermal expansion valve.
You daredevil. Oh, yeah! You got it. Absolutely. You got thermal expansion valve. If you would have said A, I think people in the chat may have tried to kill you. Here's your box for number 1 here. I'm going to tell you what's in there. I'm going to make this simpler on myself next time by not having to open a box. Note that right away. We have a tool bag, a tape measure, not from Harbor Freight. Okay, it is. And some Nylog. So that's nice stuff, but is it nice enough for you this time?
I want to trade up.
All right. We are getting that sound effect. We're getting where he gets the mushroom, AK, do or whatever. We'll get that sound effect.
Yeah.
Yes. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So he traded up. He didn't want Harbor Freight prizes for the Harbor Freight question, is what he basically told you.
It's understandable. You can really tell the prizes that I bought personally.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm going to start the music, put the question up there, and AK is going to read it out to you.
Yep. So, pop up. Which of the following is not the product of... Which is not a product of incomplete combustion? So we don't want to know what is a byproduct. What is not a product of incomplete combustion? A, carbon monoxide. B, oxides of nitrogen. C, gaseous hydrocarbons. Or D, smoke and soot. And I can repeat those back if you want.
I want to do the 50-50 on this one.
Okay. We will go with gaseous hydrocarbons and oxides of nitrogen.
Think it through. Think it through. It's not the product of incomplete combustion.
I'm going to say B.
B.
B is in boy. Pray.
Well, better luck next time, man. Oh, yeah! Which is right now, because that's correct.
I hate tricky questions.
That one is kind of tricky. I was on the fence about 2 to 3 on that one, but, just because the other ones, they're really apparent if you think about it as far as being there for incomplete combustion. If you really just kind of think it through, the oxides of nitrogen, I was like, that's got to be it, because I never think about those. I mean, do you ever think about oxides of nitrogen, AK?
Yeah, duh.
Don't even
real
do that.
Real technicians do.
Only all the time.
Oh yeah.
What an ass. Okay. Let's go with question number 3. Unless you want to keep your prize, which is a box full of. What the hell is this? You have a hat. Hats, a shirt, refrigeration technologies gear, including wet rag, Big Blue, and Viper spray cleaner, and an Amprobe multi-tool, which is pretty cool. But is it cool enough to stop?
I'd say we will trade up again.
Trade up. All right. That's what we like to hear. Trading up. Okay. Let's go to question number 3. Get into the big prizes now. OSHA standards prohibit worker exposure to carbon monoxide not more than blank parts per million air averaged during an 8-hour period. 50, A 50, B 0.5, C 500, and D 5. Let me know if you need me to read it again. Or read it with an accent or something like that.
I'm going to say 50.
Was that your final answer?
Final.
Well, man, you did good. You tried your best, and let's keep on going, man.
Oh, yeah.
That live chat lifeline though.
Hey, look at that. They did say 50. The last question, there was all sorts of different answers for. There's like A's, D's, and C's and all sorts of stuff. Okay, we're not going to take any prizes away, but I'm curious, did you see the chat?
No.
Oh, don't put him on the spot.
I know. Is that horrible to say? I shouldn't even ask you that. Just forget about that.
Until we find a way to blank the chat out.
I'm
That's
just taking your word for it. I have one phone here. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because you got to remember what's more important than knowing everything about this trade as a technician, Zach. It's knowing the best way to get the information. You don't have to have it all in your head. You just have to know how to find it.
Oxides of nitrogen.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
no kidding.
This is the prize. It's an Inficon wireless Waytex scale with handheld remote interface.
Oh, my God.
Nice wireless scale. It's very, very nice. But it's not very, 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 very nice, like the 4th prize. So does that entice you to play? Or do you want to keep the scale, which is awesome, by the way. The scale is really sweet. And you can drive over it because Ralph actually did drive over it.
Yeah, the scale's definitely very nice. And I noticed the questions have not gotten any easier.
They will continue to get more difficult. In fact, I know what the last question is. And beforehand, there was a wrong answer before when we were asking each other.
You know what you need to do? You need to start playing. If people do trade up to 4, we need to go into that with Dave's Super Tech song.
Yeah, we could do that. We can get Dave's permission right here in the chat. What do you say, man? Do you want to keep it or do you want to try for the grand prize?
I'm going to keep it. I'm going to have to stay here.
Oh,
I like the
nice.
scale.
It is very nice scale. It's a very nice scale, and you made a good decision. So, very nice. Okay.
Well, congratulations, Justin. That's awesome.
Thanks, guys.
I think I've sent you stuff before, but just in case, send me your information again, okay?
All right, will do.
Great. Congratulations.
See y'all back in the chat.
All right, man.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Hey.
Bye. Well, that was pretty good. We had 2 winners tonight. That's nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was very awesome.
We've had a couple weeks there with nobody, so
I so
Nice change of pace.
want to open the 4th place box and show everybody what it was.
no, don't do it.
I
Actually,
I change them every week. I do. I change them every week.
I think it'll keep people coming. Let's
Okay,
say,
who wants to see the 4th box and see what was in it?
Yeah, do we?
Because there's 2 4th boxes. Do it. Now the H10's not, because it's for the leak detector test. Do it. All right, let's see what it is. All right, here we go.
All right.
We'll do both of them.
We'll see what Randy and Justin forfeited and left as a potential prize for you guys in upcoming shows.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, the 4th prize was the Amprobe, a Bacharach hat, and a Testo 550 with hoses.
What?
That was the
Damn.
4th prize. That's one of the 4 prizes.
And Randy kept the IRC, right?
Yeah.
And so he could have had that and the cages in the hat for Susie's birthday.
It's a really sweet prize, man. Now, who wants to see the
Dang.
other box? Do you want to see the other box too?
Hell yeah, I want to see it too.
All right, here is the other box. Hold on. I'm going to bring this one over because my cord is running out here. Okay, the other box was the Bacharach hat, a set of Testo smart probes, the Defiant AF light, and another Testo smart probe to go with them.
Wow.
So there was a lot of stuff in there.
Wow.
So,
Well, all stuff to keep in mind, guys, next week.
you guys have got to call in as soon as you see that little sign and play, man. If I can put together 3 sets of questions, I'll try. That's difficult to do because I'm going to be honest with you. My computer is taxed to the maximum with how much stuff is being broadcast on it. And there are times during the show I had to shut down my other windows because it was getting close to 100% on the CPU. So there's just a lot of stuff going on there. So, but I do have to announce the winners or winner. I guess it is winners for the giveaway from Sunday. But what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to announce them separately because I had to shut down that window because of the stuff. I can try to bring it back up. That PC is pretty good, man. It's a pretty good PC. But what we're doing here, there's a lot of crap going on. Trust me.
Yeah.
But
clearly.
I have to get a new one anyway. Something like AK's laptop. That'd be sweet. That'd be nice.
I'm on the desktop right now. Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah.
All right, let me try to pull up these windows so we can give these prizes away. If it crashes or something, I'm very sorry. I didn't intend to do that, but I'm going to try it here real quick. You might see a little flash on the screen where I'm bringing up another page. We can fill in it with some conversation here, AK. So what you got going on next week, AK?
Next week, I am home, working from home.
Oh, cool.
So-
No trade show or nothing.
Nothing going on. No rep support. Well, I mean, I'm going to be doing all that stuff, but I get to do it from, remotely. So I'll be moving on Monday. We're moving into the new house, completely. We've already been, getting that done little by little, but yeah, we'll see what happens here next Sunday. I won't be here. This will be the last time you guys see this backdrop in a video on YouTube, on Shop Talk, anywhere.
Oh, that's true. Is there any feelings of nostalgia or anything like that?
Absolutely.
All the kids
Absolutely.
born at that house?
Oh, I thought you meant with leaving this behind.
I mean, the whole package.
No. We only had one of our kids here. We've been in this house 5 years. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Yep. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I can get going. It's going to be pretty stark probably next week. It's going to be I'll be up on a top floor of the house. I won't be in the dungeon here. So it'll be a little bit more light, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Not sure how I'm going to set it up or whatever. So
It'll be fun because
Not
it'll be a
much.
blank slate, though. You can start from scratch and do whatever you want.
yeah. Jacob asked how much I travel. It's solid 75%. Probably 3 out of every 4 weeks. I fly somewhere so far. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a big change. Big change.
Very nice. They're asking you some questions, and I want to let you guys know the
I'm-
window did pop up. So I'm going to try to open it up here real quick while AK is addressing what is that camera-looking thing behind you.
What is that Navac looking camera thing behind me? So I've got a whole bunch of the pumps, and I have the battery powered flaring tool standing up there, and then I have some manifolds and stuff hanging out. So I'm not sure if you meant on the table, on the bench there. I'm about to sneeze, or hanging on the wall.
All right, since you're about to sneeze, I'll take over for a second. Okay, I have the little picture there at the corner of the screen. You see the random comment picker. This is from our prize video from, I think, Sunday. It's when I released, either Sunday or Monday. I can't remember. But we're giving away one of the IRC 120 thermal cameras. You saw the video tonight. You saw us just unbox some of them that could have been prizes and one that was. And we're giving away one of those and 2 different back rack hats, 2 different people. So we'll go ahead and give away the hats, and we'll see who wins those first, shall we?
Awesome. Yeah.
For the first,
Yeah,
back rack.
I never did the flaring tool, guys. I should do a video on that at some point. So yeah, it's a battery operated flaring tool. Works really well.
Very nice. I like to use that tool too. I know it was at AHR, and here, let me hit this button real quick. We'll see who won. I know we saw it at AHR, but I didn't really get a chance to really sit down with it. All right, our first winner is TY. Now you have to be here and be present. So shout out. We're going to give you until 10:47 on my clock here. So you have a couple minutes.
I think it's just tie.
It's like it's separated by a space though. So maybe it is Ty, but it looks like it's separated.
Oh, really? So this is thank you. Isn't that
It could be thank
text
you.
version of thank you?
It really could be thank you, AK. That's that's right. That's pretty obvious now that I think about it. The next winner will get spray cheese. I'm just kidding. I use it all. Like
Prize number 4. Next week's prize number 4.
Yeah, baby. That's a good one. Complete with Triscuits.
I'm gonna trade up the wireless scale for the easy cheese.
What would it be like if they traded up and it was like, we love refrigeration technology, but like 2 of their bottles or something? They would be so pissed.
If it was Big Blue, a can of easy cheese, refrigeration technology shirt, and a roll of Ritz crackers, you'd be all set. That'd be a pretty, yeah.
That would be great. And I want to welcome Harry Dixon to the chat. I have not seen him in a while. It's good to see you, man. All
Yeah.
right. Running out of time here for TY. Thank you. Theodore Yancey, whatever your name is. My wife would love the cheese. I love this cheese. I know it's horrible for you. It's low carb at least. All right. We're running out of time.
It's made of yellow and oxides of nitrogen. I think on the
That's probably
ingredients
true.
there. Yeah.
Oh, man. So you said you lived at that house for 5 years, huh?
Yeah.
So where'd you
5
live
years.
before that? Did you live in a house or a condo? We're going to pick another winner, actually. So let me pick another winner, and you can
Yeah,
explain.
we were at another place we were renting a place in Lexington still. So, and we're moving only about 15 minutes away. We're moving outside city limits, which I've been waiting a long time for.
Very nice. Matthew Benner is our current winner. You have until 10:49, Matthew Benner, and I'll leave that on the screen there in the corner.
All right.
10:49.
Congrats, Matt.
Come on, Matt. Come on, Matt. I always think about that. I don't know if you watch SNL anymore, but they had
I do
Adam
not.
Driver. Well, they had Adam
I don't
Driver
re-
on a skit about being on the Death Star,
Yeah.
undercover boss, and his name was Matt. It was just pretty funny. They were working him pretty hard. He's supposed to be Kylo Ren, and all of a sudden he kills one of them. It's just funny. It's really good.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I haven't been into SNL in quite a few years.
It's not very
I
good.
used to love it back in the day, man. The 90s and early 2000s was great. They had a great cast.
Well, I'll tell you something. I watched a clip the other day of Jerry Seinfeld, which I know you like, on like the 40th anniversary show.
Love them. Yeah.
Why is my thing talking again? There it is. I unplugged it. All right. I saw it on the 40th anniversary show. He had a monologue going, and Larry David was on there too.
Uh-huh.
So it was just hilarious because he's like, Larry, you going to the party? He's like, no, why would I go to the party? And it's the way the guy talks. It's just so funny.
Oh,
so
yeah.
realistic.
Oh, yeah. So George Costanza was based on Larry. So
It's funny.
Larry's George. Yeah, his real life experiences were painted out through George Costanza.
Man, we're not going to get a winner this time either. Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's right, RJ. Curb Your
Yeah.
It's
Curb
pretty
Your
funny.
Enthusiasm is basically the rated R Seinfeld.
Dirty
It's
Seinfeld.
just as good. It's so good. Such a good show.
All right, Matt lost. Sorry, Matt. Better luck next time. Let's get another winner. It takes too many times. We'll just give one guy all 3 prizes. Billy Harvey, you're up, man. You got till 10:51. 10:51. So where are you going to set up your studio in the new house? What room will it be in? Will it be in the basement or upstairs, like an extra room, or what?
No, it's gonna be upstairs. One of the extra bedrooms is gonna be an office. I'm gonna use it for working from home when I'm home, and then I'm also gonna it's just gonna have to be where I, shoot at least desk videos.
Well, and Billy Harvey's here too. So way to go, Billy. You won yourself a hat. Billy Harvey.
Congratulations,
Billy.
Extra room for Ralph. Yeah, he can go in the garage. That's where we'll have.
I think
Little
Ralph is going to
space
stay
there.
there pretty much 6 months a year now, isn't he?
Well, he doesn't work either. So
He doesn't work either.
We both work from home.
I just like the way that's put. He doesn't work either. HVAC Shop Talk at gmail.com. Billy, send me your address so I can send you a hat, and we're going to pick another hat while we're talking here.
Best kept secret in the industry. He'll tell you.
Yeah, he does. He's very forthcoming. All right, Old Time Heating Service. I know I saw you in here, so just say I'm here and you win yourself a hat. I know you're here. You're still in my chat window, but you got to follow the rules, so you got to say it one more time. Right. That is exactly what the feeling is. If the idea you're conditioned for so long that if you're not crawling through shit, it's not really work,
Right. And I don't know if I'm assuming he's salary. I don't know if I would assume, right?
He's
not
salary from what
hourly
I
in
understand.
that
I think you told me
position.
that.
Yeah. Whole different dynamic. Very weird. It's very weird feeling in the beginning, and I was even told that, look, the first 2 months or so, you're going to feel guilty, and it is, because you spend your whole career trading labor for a preset amount of money, right? The whole concept of hourly. And when it's a weird thing, learning how to change the way you do your time management. It's more of a task based. You're getting paid based off results, and it's just a different.
It is.
I'm not saying you don't need results as a technician.
I know what you're saying.
It's just it's structured differently. It's just structured differently, and it's an adjustment.
Old Time, we saw you were here. Congratulations. Send me your information.
Yeah, congratulations.
You got yourself a Bacharach hat. You just got to send me something to HVACShopTalk at gmail.com. And now we're going to draw for the Amprobe IRC 120. And you'll have another couple minutes, whoever this is.
All right.
Let's see who this could be. Could be a winner. Kenneth Eldridge. I've seen him commenting a lot lately. I hope he's here because he's been really commenting a whole lot. You have until 10:54. All right. So I forget what we're talking about now. Yes, it is. There's a lot of guilt associated with it because you're used to this X amount of hours equals X kind of dollars. Almost like you have to put in a certain amount of time to get paid that certain amount. And now you're working on something where you may not be putting in a similar amount of time, but it's still the same amount of effort overall. Oh,
Yeah,
here he is. He's here.
And it goes both ways. Like, there's times where you're not doing as much as you would expect to do in a given time window. And then there's times where the day doesn't end and it goes into the night and you're still having to address things and put out fires and, be emailing people and all kinds of stuff like that. So it's a worthwhile trade for me. I mean, I'm enjoying it so far. I do miss what I did. I do miss everything else though. I'll tell you, I went over to the house yesterday, the new house, and I had to go into the garage. So we got a bunch of, chairs and tables and stuff my wife ordered, and I had to put them all together. And it was like,
Yeah,
Had to go into the garage and dig out because I still have I wish
Where are
I
my
wish I could
tools
take.
at? Yeah.
I wish I could take this webcam somehow and walk 15 feet over into the garage, and show you. I still have everything that I took out of my van, and it was all sad, borderline emotional. It's like I had to go over and dig out my little TP4B. I was like, I need you again. I got to put together a chair. And I brought out,
Poor AK.
So,
the harshities of life. Kenneth, we saw you out there in the chat. Email me, hvacshoptalk@gmail.com. NorCal says AK needs a vangina. Who doesn't?
Need a vangina, yeah. A couple other questions rolling in. I'm moving to Versailles, Kentucky, which is just outside Lexington, where I live now. Nathaniel, I don't know if you're joking or not, but yeah, I've actually toyed with the idea of it, but it's probably a pipe dream at my age to try to learn. They say the older you get, it becomes exponentially harder to pick up new language.
You're stuck in your ways, bro. It's hard to pick that stuff up. I tried that myself. Yeah. Just out of the spur of the moment, I tried to learn Italian. It crashed and burned. It was horrible.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Corey said, AK, you'll be back. We'll see. I'm prepared. I mean, I didn't hang everything up. I got everything right there. All $200,000 in tools or whatever it is. That's an exaggeration, but I've got all my tools. I'm maintaining my master license. I've got my card from the hall still. I'm paying that, and I mean, I'm ready to roll. Either way, I'll stay in this industry one way or another.
Now, who said you'll be back?
Corey.
He's not coming back. He's not coming back. Ralph would be here right now. He says he ain't going back. He's saying it was Ralph kind of way. Leak stopped dripping out of his mouth or whatever. But he'd say that he's not coming back. Because you know what? It's phases, man. And it's natural to have different phases in life. You don't have to do that same thing as part of the trade or even the same trade for your whole life. You can make these changes. It's okay.
Kanga, I will go through and check again. I have a big backlog, and I have a lot of filters, and I have so much stuff gets sent to my spam folder, and I'll go back and look. I don't know if you put kangaroo in the email, but I'll go back. But I get a lot. But yes, that email is still active, and I get back to as quick as I can. But like last week, I put out a video on my channel, and I got I threw it out there for guys if there's any guys actively working in my region to throw me a line and let me know if they'd ever be open to me coming by to shoot something. If they're doing something cool and they want to get in a video and I could kind of highlight them for something. Got like 89 responses to that, like direct responses to that.
Really? Oh, that's great.
With addresses and company names and was overwhelmed with that response. So I'm trying to get back to every single one of them. I haven't gotten there yet, but I'm working on it. I didn't expect that kind of response.
Tie back to the chat.
Where are we at?
I didn't. I got a text. I don't know who this is from. It says, "I want cheese." That's what the text says. So I texted back. It says, "Cheese is good." So whichever one of you wrote that, I agree with you. Cheese is good. I just don't know what it's in reference to.
Familia Sanchez, you're in Louisville, right? Yeah, and yes, I do. I've got my Kentucky master license.
Easy cheese. I got you. Okay, got you. You do have your master's license. I also have. I don't have a master's license.
Antonio said, "I can see it in your face. You will be back." We'll see. You
should go back and you should work residential.
No. Nope.
Come on. They need you.
Nope. No, they don't.
I can see it on your face. You want it.
Maybe I learn. Nah. No. If anything, I go right back. I go right back to what I was doing before in a similar role. That's what
Yeah. What's wrong with residential? Hey, I just had
There's nothing wrong with it.
I had to urge to say, Who wants to see AK look uncomfortable? I was going to compliment you on how good you were and stuff like that. I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it.
No,
I'm not doing it.
there's nothing at all wrong with residential. It's just that wouldn't be my, that wouldn't be the first thing I'd try to go jump into if I was to climb back into the van. I'd probably go back to what I'm most familiar with and, spent my time investing in learning.
And he's most familiar with not doing shitty jobs.
Yeah. Familiar. Are you going to get yours? Yeah. I knew you were in Louisville. It's not bad, man.
Man,
you guys don't even have a master license in North Carolina, right?
No. I have a contractor's license. But what does the master's license cover? Or I did have a contract. I need to renew it. But what did the master's license actually cover?
It's a contractor license.
So it's the same as the contractor's. Okay. So is there like a tonnage limit, or is it unlimited, or is there a monetary limit?
We don't have any. No, we don't have tonnage limits in the state. Either you're licensed or you're not.
Interesting.
Okay. You get your journeyman, allows you to do work, any work, and then you can get your master license a few years later, and you test out again, and then that allows you to. It's a contractor license, really, essentially. We have like another weird kind of a semi license, like a half journeyman license for sheet metal, and that was to kind of accommodate some of the sheet metal guys that it wasn't fair. That's all they did for a living was duct work and stuff, and they were being expected to pass the regular journeyman test, which dived into service a lot more. So they created another test to take care of that.
Nice.
So,
okay. Well, this show is 2 hours long now.
Yeah, we went way long.
It's long enough. I knew Jim was going to be longer. I went ahead and factored that in because I knew we were going to rely on the chat, and maybe we'll do that a little bit. I know I said we should look at the chat, but we had a good time with the chat tonight. They had some good questions, didn't they?
They had great questions. It was a good show.
Yeah, I like that. Who are we going to get next time? I don't have anybody for next time. I have people. Get this. All right, get this. Let me tell you this. We'll end the show here. I get emails every single week about guys that want to come on this show. And what type of guys do you think those might be? Just guessing. What kind of people do you think are searching our show out to come on our show?
Manufacturers.
It's getting closer. It's not technicians. I mean, what does the chat think? Who do you think wants to come on this show? They seek you out. Thank you, Corey DeSormo. That's how you say that, by the way, DeSormo. For the super chat.
That's why I purposely just said Corey, because I had no idea how to say that.
It's DeSormo. Super text, not the salesman. It's always the same guys. It's always these. They say they're like sales engineers, and it's just one of those things where it's one of those terms to me that stinks. It's like dressing something up. It's like toilet paper became bathroom tissue, that sort of thing. Sales engineer is a salesman. A sales engineer. Doesn't that sound better? It sounds like something or can read blueprints or some shit.
Sales engineer. That was the same like verbiage they used at JCI for their salesmen.
I got you. Does that
because they were not engiers, they were salesmen.
Why do they do that? I know we all know why they do it, I guess, but
they do it at hotels. You could go work at the Hilton and be the the lead, the head engineer for the hotel. You could go around and tell people I'm an engineer. Oh, for who? Hilton. You're the maintenance guy. You're the main toilet unclogger. So you have the gold plunger over there. And I'm only saying, I'm not making fun because I did that. I started out doing maintenance build. I worked at the DoubleTree for a while. So
is that right? Why are you're smiling while you're saying it?
Because I realized I probably sound like a prick if anybody out there in the chat was maybe getting their start that way. And I wasn't trying to insult. So
everybody's got to start somewhere. You guys have suggested some great people on the show. A lot of those people already said no. I'm not talking about one in particular. There's multiple ones. So let's DoubleTree in. Other people, OMG. I guess it's infamous.
Well, first of all, the DoubleTree is a very nice hotel. It's not an inn.
What's the problem then?
It's nice. It's one of the Hilton's properties there. It's good.
Oh, shite. I want to read the Subscribe Star guys, the guys who subscribe to us. Do you even know what that is yet?
No.
It's like Patreon, but not Patreon because Patreon's a bunch.
Oh,
you
yeah,
turned me
yeah.
on to the fact that they were pricks. So I went over here to the Subscribe Star place.
Yes.
Let me see if
Yeah.
I can't read out the people because I told them we would read their names on here, and I want to do that. Okay, because some of them are in the chat right here. And Clint wanted me not to say his name so often because he said, "That's good, man. I'll be given to the show. I don't need you to read my name." So it's Clint, Bryan, Duncan, Susie Dunn, Jeffrey Arnold, Ken HVAC, and Corey the Hoser DeSormo. That's our subscribers on Subscribestar. So thank you guys. It makes a really big difference. You don't even know, so we really appreciate that.
It's amazing. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
And on that, I think we should end this show. I think. So what do you say? What do you say? You want to end it now? I think we should.
Yeah. Unless they want to keep talking about hotels. We're getting some more comments about hotels, but
they'll continue that without us, probably.
one thing I'll close with though on the hotel thing, I was joking around about it, the golden plunger and all that. That golden plunger is a lot of guys' best way to get into the trade. For the guys because that's what I did. I mean, for the guys that live in areas where they say they just can't for the life of them get a job, they can't even get in the door because everybody in that particular area is saying they're not wanting to take green guys. They're wanting guys with experience, which I think is less common now. I'd say most places have a big shortage, but if you are in one of those areas and you need to get something on your resume, that's how you backdoor in. If you can't even get your foot in as a helper at a residential company or somewhere that'll take you, get a job in an apartment complex or a hotel or a hospital. And you won't like every element of it. But if you have access to and are tasked with any of the maintenance, put it on your resume. Fake it till you make it, right? I mean, now you can say, "Oh, yeah, no, I oversaw the maintenance repair of X amount of water source heat pumps," if that's what's there or whatever. And that's exactly what I did. And then I got, sure enough, after a few years of maintenance, I got taken on at a residential company. So.
Yep, that's good advice, guys. Get that job and then sales engineer it up. Change that lingo. You weren't a maintenance guy. You oversaw the maintenance of water source heat pumps. That sounds good. That sounds good when you say it. I'm impressed by it, and I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about either. I'm just talking. I get like that. It's after 11 o'clock here, and I'm just kind of...
It's the bullshit hour.
It is. Well, this is about the time last week where I started talking about the $7,000 toilet. That's where you just kind of everything devolves into...
That shit was gold. Okay.
So
if that's what it takes, and let's keep on talking, because that toilet story was my favorite thing that's happened on here ever. I mean, who cares about learning? And thank you, Clint, by the way. And I'll tell you, RJ says, get Bert, who is Orr's brother-in-law, with his apprentice. I'm going to tell you what, after Bryan came on the show last time, he told us this was a classless environment. He would never be back here again. And he really regretted ever coming on the show to begin with.
I met Bert out in Las Vegas last month.
I don't care to even talk about those guys.
Okay. All right.
I'm just kidding. They're wonderful people. I'm joking, of course. I'm joking. I've never met Bert before. I've never talked to Bert, but that would be an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Or Nathan.
He, a very, very nice guy. I met Nathan 2 years ago in Chicago, AHR. But Bert, very nice guy. Not as he's not a outward like the way he is in his videos. Pretty quiet, laid back, And
his name's not Bert. That's people in the chat. His name's not Bert. Okay.
Yeah.
Bring on Bryan's son. Got to be more specific with that one, I guess. I'm just kidding. We all know which one it is.
Yeah.
It's veto bags. We know him. All right, guys. We're gonna wrap it up. We can sit here and wait for AK to say something funny like last week, but we all know that it's not coming because we're all tired.
It's not coming. No, I'm done. I'm tapped out.
AK's tapped out. I'm going to go ahead and take us out here. We appreciate it, guys. Had a lot of fun this week. For all of you who did subscribe on Subscribestar, thank you. For all the super chats, we thank you for that. As always, if you want to tell us anything, you can email me at hvac.shoptalk@gmail.com or text the number 910-970-0774. Guest ideas, subject ideas, questions. We'll get on more about answering emails. You guys send some more of those in. I know we have some in the bank that I forgotten about probably, send them back in and we'll answer them on a show or intro or something like that. On behalf of AK, I'm going to say goodnight to everybody, and we'll see you on the next one.
Next one. See, I had the last word.
Hey guys, wow, look, it's me down here in this tiny rectangle.
Next one.
These are some great deals from TrueTech Tools. You can get a free AccuTools True Blue starter kit with the purchase of a NavVac
Next
Smart
one.
Vacuum Pump. They're really nice, and True Blue is... I just want to come back for just a second. We'll see you on the next one, guys.
Great show tonight.
Hey guys, wow, look, it's me down here in this tiny rectangle. These are some great deals from TrueTech Tools. You can get a free AccuTools True Blue starter kit with the purchase of a NavVac Smart Vacuum Pump. They're really nice, and True Blue is the best.
Stay safe out there.
We tested it. But wait, there's more. You can also get a free Hillmore
I can't even
60-inch
think of anything.
refrigerant hose set. with
Oh,
the
that's so,
Testo
I'm so tired,
550.
man.
That's right.
So
You can
see,
get a
what's
jump
funny
on
is
your
that we're
spring
sitting here
cleaning
giggling
with
like
these
fucking
brand new
kids,
Testo
and
550.
probably
The thing's
they
still playing.
weren't.
Lead
You
hose
know
set
that,
from
right?
They
Hillmore.
weren't hearing.
But hold the
they probably
phone.
were. Well,
There's
no,
still
never
more.
mind.
You
Somebody wrote
purchase a
next one
Testo
in LOL.
320
So
combustion
maybe they
talk
analyzer,
during the ad
and you'll
now.
receive
You
a
guys
free
should use the
wireless
code,
printer.
man. I mean, use
Wow, that's
Definitely
amazing.
use that code.
This means nothing to us unless you use our
Use the hell
Shop
out-
Talk
yeah.
discount code.
Listen to me.
Whatever you do, use the Shop Talk discount code.
What is that?
And you'll
Wait,
save
we're
8%
still-
off your order.
What the hell is
If you're ordering something else,
Wait, we're
hey,
still
that's
live,
fine.
though.
Yeah, we're
There's some
still live. I'm
specials.
just looking.
If
There's
the
a mole on
specials
my
aren't
face.
special enough for you,
I was dropping
use
F-bombs.
the
I
Shop
gotta
Talk
maintain my
discount
image.
code on every order you
You
make,
done fucked up.
and good fortune will befall you. If you don't,
NavVac's
well,
gonna fucking fire me.
There's like
you'll most likely be crushed
like
by
we
a
can hear
piano.
you. Just buy the stuff instead. Use code SHOPTALK at checkout. Hey guys. Jobber is an all-in-one solution for your HVAC business. Jobber utilizes a fluid and intuitive workflow to help guide you through each and every call and job you perform. As a company owner, you can put together estimates, transfer those into invoices, and collect payment all through Jobber. Jobber also integrates with many of the services you already use, like QuickBooks and Company Cam. You can try Jobber for free, and you also can save 20% on your first 6 months by using my link in the description of this video or podcast. So don't hesitate. Go down there, click the link, and let me know what you thought about it. Jobber. Skip the supply run and get straight to the job with Supply House. With over 280,000 in-stock parts for plumbing, HVAC, and electrical pros, you'll find what you need and get it delivered fast. Join their free Trade Master program for exclusive perks, including free shipping, exclusive discounts, and helpful tools. Order smarter and save 5% on your first order with code ST5 at supplyhouse.com. That's supplyhouse.com, promo code ST5. The Yellow Jacket Titan Max digital manifold provides the easiest path to system measurements. This 4-valve manifold provides fast and accurate measurements for refrigeration and AC systems. The high-resolution backlit touchscreen display erases the need for multifunction buttons and provides clear graphical and digital measurements. It also features internal data logging. Connect via Bluetooth to the WideJack View app or MeasureQuick app for further analysis. Visit yellowjacket.com for more information. 1, 2, 3, 4. I woke up and realized I left my tools on a job site. I woke up and I realized I left on an attic light. I wish that I could unknow and get my life back. But I woke up, realized that I'm a hack, 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 hack,
in a 48 frame. I wish that I could know and get my life back. But I woke up and realized that I'm a hack.
Just a dirty hack. A no good, rotten hack.
Gosh, we are going to be in so much trouble. That is not his name. That is just not his name. Let me see if I can. There we go. Welcome back to HVAC Shop Talk. My name is Zack Psioda. I'm right beside Andrew Greaves. Not really, but here's Andrew anyway. Andrew?
How's it going, man?
How's it going? I almost missed that mute button when I started, but I caught it right after I started.
All right.
So that little bit of Japanese movie there at the beginning, that was just me reaching for the mute button.
Hey, every week you get a little bit better. A little bit better.
It's about time for some regression, isn't it?
Yeah. Sort of like this TV shows, after so many seasons, then you just start to suck. So
yeah, we just never took off, man. We just never took off. It's like, I don't know. I can't think of a good TV show. Maybe that dinosaur show where they said not the mama just never took off.
Yeah. The construction worker dinosaur.
Yeah. You were like 2 years old, I think, when it came out.
Earl. His name was Earl.
It was Earl. You do know it. Okay, that's pretty astounding.
That show scared the shit out of me. I wasn't when it was out, but it was terrifying. It's when I was younger. So traumatizing, as well as dinosaurs. So
wow.
yeah,
oh, man.
So what are you up to, man?
I don't know. I got my warning drop frame here, so I'm kind of concerned that we dropped a few frames, but hopefully that's just temporary. My son turned on his Xbox or something like that. But we're here with a lot of cool stuff, man.
Okay. A couple people in the chat saying that we're gone. I hope that's not the case right now. You guys see me now?
I can see you just fine, but I think the fact that we had a little glitch right there, because I see we dropped 960 frames, but it hasn't gone up again. So hopefully that's it.
Okay.
So monitor the chat. We don't usually have these problems, guys.
Yeah, we're
must
here.
have kind of bad luck symbol must be around tonight. I don't know what it could be.
Yeah, there's not a lot different tonight. There's I mean, I look, I whatever. But so we got a cool show tonight. We got the same, incentives tonight. We want to try to blow it out of the water with viewers. So we extend the vacuum pump again if we can hit 150 tonight. And we're going to go a little bit further than that.
Yeah, man, we're going to take it up to 200. We give away the Yellow Jacket P51-870 touchscreen gauges. But I know one way to not make it to 150 is to drop some damn frames. That's the first way you don't make it, because it resets all your stuff down to 0.
Yes.
We're going to overcome that, man. We're going to overcome it. And if you see up here, right here, there's a little bar on my screen. Every time someone subscribes, super chats, anything like that, it draws the bar down. Let me see if I can do this in reverse. It draws the bar down. When we reach 0, we're going to give something else away. We have a bunch of cool stuff over here. You can see it. Bag, Navac stuff right there. Sweet stuff. Okay.
So we've got, like I said, we got a good show tonight. We've got some prizes we're going to hopefully be giving away. We've got Zack's final vacuum experiment, kind of this ongoing series of him in his shed and his vacuum pump, right? So we're going to kind of see the climax of all this.
There'll be a climax in the shed. Yes.
Okay. So climaxing in the shed, we got that later tonight. We have obviously our interview, and we have some, chat interaction, stuff like that. But we all know who Bryan is. He's the voice of the industry, right? So he's the voice of the industry, and we could not be more excited So if I can go ahead and actually screen share for a second. Let's see if we got that. If you guys got my screen up, I pulled off the internet. We've got, he was on AHR The News several times. He's contributed, and he's got accolades and shouts from them as well. So he was on the 40 under 40. I think it was 2 years ago now. And I pulled up that article and I copied it here, and it's stuff like this that, not many of us get to be on this kind of thing. So Orr always had a knack for educating, as he helped create the service training program for his first employee at 21 years old. So he's not new to educating and having a fascination and a knack for teaching. So from very early on in his career, he's been giving back, and he's been helping people new and getting into the trade. He's built a great contracting business, which in 12 years has grown from 3 employees to 54. We all know he's the co-founder of Kalos Services, and he has just been a pinnacle of our community. So, we just want to make sure we give him the proper welcome. And, like I said, I know Zach's excited. I'm excited. He's in the background right now, waiting to get aired on here. But we will get to him in just a minute. Zach, we got anything else before we get rolling, or anything else going on with you?
I'm kind of drawing a blank on what we had coming up. I don't know what it is.
Okay. All right. Well, speaking of Bryan again, he did come out with a video. He's been kind of on a YouTube blitz lately. I'm sure it's just because he wants to, just keep everybody educated. It's not for anything else other than that. He just wants to share the knowledge and just give back. So he did a video, I think released today or yesterday, and it was something along the lines of commercial versus service. And I thought it was good. It was a good insight. He had some good points and just things to keep in mind, when you're considering which direction, when you get to that fork in the road. So I thought we could do a little segment that I filmed about a year ago, and to me, it helps support kind of some of those things he talked about with service, some of the positives, some of the negatives, and certainly encompasses the adventure that is being a service tech.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to come on here, give you a glimpse into how great my life is, and to just kind of highlight why you guys need to do everything you can to get out of residential and level up to the commercial world. Because you get to do stuff like this at 9 o'clock at night, okay? Get called out here, and all I know is there's a fan coil unit that they say isn't working right. All they told me is that it's in the basement. So I get to enjoy the search now in this school that clearly hasn't been used in a long time, and fix this unit. So before I went down the mechanical room, I wanted to film a little bit to show you guys, a glimpse into life. It's what we do, and this is why commercial is the envy of the HVAC world. We get to deal with the cleanest equipment. I don't have customer breathing down my neck, like the homeowner. So let's go ahead and get down here. Let's see. Oh, cool. All right, so light switch doesn't work. That's okay, because I've got a flashlight. We'll just go down here, see what's going on. All right. Okay. Nope. It's not gonna be in here. See, I get to work alone. It's a joy. Nothing's creepy about what I do, and let's see. Fuck's sake. Good God, what the fuck? Okay. All right, I'm not gonna hang in this room. Let's see. Oh, you gotta be time and a half. You're getting paid time and a half. You're getting paid time and a half. You're getting paid time and a half. Let's find this fucking guy. Get out of here. What? Oh my God. All right, so we've got plaster molds for baby body parts. John body, arms, legs. Okay, I need to find this unit now. All right. Still no fake created. See that chalkboard. Leave now. Okay. Yeah, all right, or die. That's cool. That's cool. It's just kids, right? It's just kid pranks. It's just kid pranks. It's not in there. Okay, another star. Cool. Maybe it's up the staircase that goes to f***ing nowhere. HVAC, guys, has just been a treat. Nope, not even gonna walk around that corner. That might be it. So, if any of you guys want to run back to the truck and get my ladder for me, let's go ahead and start looking at it. Let me make sure there was 2 more rooms. Just one more room. Come on. All right. All right, let's get back to this one. What the fuck?
That was pretty scary at the end there, AK.
Terrifying.
I was terrified.
So, yeah. And I didn't set that up. So, yes, the way I was talking was a little bit orchestrated, but that was down there. Like, I didn't draw. I'm not that desperate for a laugh. I'm not going down in a place like that with chalk and drawing satanic symbols on the floor. So, you could inadvertently start something. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean, like a portal?
Who knows? Maybe I open a gate. You know what I mean?
Between this dimension and the other dimensions?
Yeah.
That's a really creepy place, though. How long ago was it you made that video?
That was like a year ago. And we had a contract for the county schools, and that one is condemned. It's actually not a school anymore. So, but there was a nonprofit. They built an addition on that building, and they run the nonprofit out of it. And the school is not used anymore, but all the piping and the boilers are still in play. So that nonprofit is still getting its heat from the boiler. So the school still has to be maintained to a degree, or the boiler room. So that wasn't fun. So I made a funny video out of it, but I was legitimately scared though after I filmed that, and because it was funny. I get in the mood and I'm making the jokes and I'm gonna scare these little assholes, and then like the video's over, and I turn the camera off, and then it's just like, oh yeah, you're still actually there, and you still might die. You still could die. Probably will still die. And I made it out, but
I was gonna say,
yeah,
did you die?
No, not that time.
Okay,
not that time.
well, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good.
So it was a perfect segue to introducing our guest, Mr. Bryan Orr. Bryan, thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Test 1 2. Can you hear me now? How do I sound?
Absolutely,
Bryan, are you there?
I made it. Thanks for having me, fellas. I'm a little less excited to be here after that introduction that you did for reasons that we will not discuss directly. But hey, thanks.
I
for
tried to give you a proper,
What's the problem?
No,
You were
I'm
40
good.
under 40, correct?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just I didn't want to misquote the news.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
God forbid that happens.
No problem. No problem. And also, it's a little rude of you to bring up the 40 under 40 thing in present company. I mean, that's a
skillful.
little bit of a sore
That is
subject.
skillful right there.
Yeah.
That is skillful.
That's a little rough.
Your internet's about to get a little worse.
Hey, Zach's got a 6 months left to get it.
I don't think I'm gonna make it, man. I think it's my mouth. I don't think they want people like me, loose cannons on the 40 under 40.
You are a wild child. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I thought you have a pretty cute mouth. I don't see your mouth as a problem.
What do I need to do to reverse that opinion? Wow, this is educational to start with, man. I really enjoy this. This is the dark side of Bryan or everybody. The side you don't get to see there on HVAC school quoting Dalton's Law and shit like that. You get to see the other side.
Mm-hmm.
The real Bryan Orr.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely be dropping some F-bombs, saying words like fudge and friggin'.
Well,
I'm wild with those things sometimes.
I mean, look at it. I mean, with edgy curtain patterns like that in the background, and that hue of eggshell white on the walls.
Yeah,
we already know we're in for just a dark night.
Yeah,
a dark night. Yeah, yeah. So,
for the love of God, let's ask him a regular question to reset.
So where does somebody with 10 children and a wife go to record a podcast this on a Sunday evening? Where are you right now in relation to your family?
Well, I guess I'll just answer seriously since I don't have a witty comeback. I'm here in my office, my home office, which actually doubles as a baby's room right now because we keep having children and we don't have enough spaces to put them. But right now the baby is in another closet, another walk-in closet other than my office. Okay. Yeah. So
the acoustic panels and the engineering diagrams of the scrolls, is that at Kalos?
That is at the Kalos offices. Yes. That is my true studio.
Oh, I was confused. I thought that was at your house.
No. No, this is my house. So when I actually record probably 25% of the podcast here at home using this crappy mic and my laptop, which you will notice sometimes the audio quality is not as keen. And that's this rig.
Oh, I was all
so only the best for
that.
you. Well, yeah, only the best for you is the message there.
I see you got the good stuff. I see the good stuff all around you. So I'm not worried about it. They're watching us. I can see them. They're watching us, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, there's some good things. There's some Easter eggs hidden here for anyone who's interested in looking around me. I was strategic with some Easter eggs, so just trying to keep it interesting for you.
Well, let's all take a minute. Hold on a second. Let's highlight Bryan here. All right, guys, you see Bryan in the picture? Can you find the Easter eggs? I see a couple. Do you guys see them? Put them in the chat.
This is like Dora the Explorer up in here.
Let's look in our backpack. Whoa, delicioso. I see one right there. I see that stuff. You see it, AK? You see some of the stuff up there?
I saw the one. I pointed out another that I'm not sure if that was an Easter egg or just actually how safe he is.
Is that Emily Dickinson? No, that's something with thermodynamics. Let's see over there.
Well, this is really dynamic radio we have going on right now.
Yes.
It's coming, guys. Exactly, hold on, it's coming.
We do these to optimize them in podcast form after. So we try to make sure we do these in a way that will literally.
This works really well. Translates to all media forms.
Yeah, actually, absolutely. I took I'm not going to say page out of the book, but these podcasts here, see, when they become real podcast, what we like to call an actual podcast.
Can we make this
at all?
Hey, Zach, can we make this really nuts? And before we get in too deep with Bryan, give a vacuum pump away.
Are we there? Oh my God, we actually were there.
155.
We got to hold on because we're going to take a phone call. We don't want to do it in the middle of the show, do we?
I'm just saying. They wanted, we asked them for something and they gave it to us within 5 minutes.
I know we did. What are we going to do? 152? Hold on. He's about to break. He's helping us break the record here.
I'm showing 155 on my phone.
We just broke the record. That's a non-confrontational live stream. Is that right classification? Non-confrontational?
I mean, there hasn't been a confrontation yet, but who's to say?
There's still time for
true.
me to get a fight.
If AK keeps it up,
if I keep up,
there might be middle fingers flying right and left.
You think someone's going to be cruising for a bruising?
Oh, yeah. Hells yeah.
All right. Well, we can give this thing away. Geez, I don't know what to do, AK, because taking phone calls in the middle of the interview here is going to kind of derail the interview, don't you think?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Let's let him hold on till after this so we can get back to it. Okay.
All right. But just remember, if we keep it up, we keep getting up there.
Yeah,
we got a bottle of True Blue for you. Big blue for the 200 mark.
How many microns that is? None. No microns.
That is so many leaks discovered if we get to 200. So, all right. Well, we got that going.
Yeah. Good job on that.
We did get a couple questions from the viewers, right, Zach?
Well, you can call me Zack. Yep, that's right.
Okay. Pull this up here.
I'm thinking you had one going. Had one ready. I'm right here.
Now.
I can ask Bryan a question right here.
Go ahead. Let's start.
Go ahead. Let him fly. Let's roll.
Bryan, what leak detector do you like the best? These are the questions that people want to know about. You're a learned individual. Give us the news.
Okay, so I've been a big H10 guy my entire career, starting with the H10G plug-in, which is what I still use for multiple reasons. One of which it does have one of the best accuracies in a portable or reasonably portable leak detector out there, and also it has the reference bottle, the R11 reference bottle that's built into it, which is nice, and it's also fairly rebuildable. So that's the answer. But I've tried a lot of different heated diode leak detectors. The one made by Fieldpiece, the one made by Testo. I don't remember the models, and they all work. They all work pretty well. I know people, swear by Inficon and others as well. They all work pretty similarly in my experience. But I've been an H10 guy. Now I did use the Bacharach PGMIR, which is an infrared leak detector, which is like really expensive, but that thing is dope AF, as the kids say nowadays. It's pretty incredible, but it's so expensive that I don't know. It's just something the kids say, and so I imagine it means something like absolute fun. I don't know.
That's right. Okay.
AF. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I never used that one. The IR.
I heard it was nice. PGMIR. Yes, it is very nice, and especially for large commercial grocery store applications where you're trying to chase down a leak. It's pretty incredible.
Well, since you guys go from residential all the way to those rack systems, is that what you use when you're at the grocery store? Do you use that model?
So we had one for a while. We do not currently have one, but we are in the market to get another one very shortly. So currently we're still just using, most guys have the H10s on their truck. The PGMIR is the kind of leak detector that you have one or two in the whole company. You're not going to stick it on everybody's trucks. Although I have heard, Bill Spone told me that there is a new leak detector, and I'm trying to remember who makes it. It's not Bacharach. It's somebody. I think it's Inficon.
It's a Stratus.
The Stratus, yes, that it looks quite interesting, and I'm going to try that out too when I get my hands on one.
Well, I think one of the questions was about the IR. That's a $3,000 leak detector, isn't it?
Yeah, it's over $3,000. Yeah,
and then the Stratus looks like it's going to be about $1,000. So it could be double the cost of the H10 Pro, or a little bit less than double the cost of H10 Pro. So theoretically, I think for most techs, H10 Pro, because G's not made anymore, I don't think the Pro is all they're left with as far as top tier, in my opinion.
Right. No, I'm the same way. Well, I have my techs get the H10 Pro. And a lot of it has to do with, as silly as it is, a lot of it has to do with that leak reference bottle. I don't. A lot of guys try to crack a tank and use that to see if they, if their leak detector is working. But at that point, your concentrations are so high that you may not have a leak detector with anything like usable accuracy. So that and just the accuracy and the ability to rebuild. I've rebuilt so many H10s over the years that you just kind of get used to how to deal with them, replacing sensors, replacing pumps, all that kind of stuff. So
that's cool. I'll send you mine. Mine needs to be rebuilt.
Okay.
It's in pieces.
Yeah, I do it as a hobby. And hey, anybody needs their H10 rebuilt, just send it to Bryan.
He's not doing nothing. So,
Yeah, I'm not doing anything. Just sitting around playing with H10 leak detectors all day.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say that. Never mind. That's inappropriate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. We do a lot of stuff here, man. I know we have lots of questions from the guys, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of those questions were bad, so I'm gonna insert my own question instead.
Okay, good.
You got a lot of stuff going on there. You got a podcast, like AK said. You're trying to overtake AK on YouTube. Good job, by the way.
No, he's ahead. Yeah. Don't word that in a way that he can say, well, actually, okay.
I'm testing his personality by wording it that way. I want to see how fast he leaps on it. Oh, actually,
you want to see if he'll seize on the low hanging fruit. Yes.
Well, not now. Okay. You've annihilated AK. You've obliterated myself, who's not even on the radar any longer. You have a company. You have another company. Product by Pros is your company too, right?
That is a partnership in which I do less of the work. That is mostly Sal Hamidi is doing most of the heavy lifting there. But yes, that is also a company that I'm a partner in.
So
if I could
stuff is what I'm saying.
Interject, we are 35 away from 200. So
holy crap! Look at that.
Woot,
Way to
woot.
go, guys. Good job.
Back to you, Brian.
I'm sorry, I missed
I'm sure the question is
and
still
all
fresh
that
on your
melee.
head, right? It's right on the tip of your tongue.
Yeah, right. And all that chaos, I missed it.
Well, one of the questions was about time usage. So this kind of plays into that. How do you separate all these things? We actually talked about this last time you were here, but it seems like you're doing more than last time. So how is your day distributed? How do you get everything done?
This is actually the most common question that I get.
Damn it.
Well, no, I mean, and so I don't have a really good. I've tried answering it a lot of different ways, and I think people want to hear like a tactic. Like, yes, I use a Google Calendar, and I split things up into quadrants, and those quadrants I split into oct quadrants. But that isn't how I function. I'm the type of person that if there's something for me to do, I do it. If I'm not going to do it right now, there's a very good chance I'm never going to do it, and so I either have to do it or not do it. And a big part of it is telling people no more than I used to. Another big part of it is delegating a lot of things. So, for example, the success of the YouTube channel, where it started to pick up a little bit of steam, is not because of me dedicating more time to it. It's because I've outsourced more of that to other creators, to other editors, and so I'm doing less of the hard work. Same thing is true of the podcast. I don't do all of the editing for all of BCR anymore. This may be news to some of my other hosts, so I hope they don't take it the wrong way. But I have somebody trained who helps me with that, especially first pass editing. So there's a lot of things that I'm now delegating. And then the biggest thing is just when you have something that there is to do, so much of the time that we often spend is just thinking about what we're going to do instead of just doing it. And I'm sort of a ready, fire, aim kind of guy. You know, it's like you just decide you're going to do something and then just jump in and do it. And you learn. The phrase that I often use is, you build the plane while it's while you jump off the cliff, and then you build the plane while you're on your way down, kind of a thing.
Well, that would be skillful. That would be nice. That's pretty good. So, are you related to Bergman?
Not that I'm aware of. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't be upset if I found that out.
So, I mean, I don't want to alarm you, but look at your 7 o'clock. There's a picture of Bergman behind you.
Oh, is that who that is? I just saw some nice stock photography online, and I thought it was attractive, and I just put it over my shoulder there.
It's a very similar pose to Kate Winslet on the Titanic when Leonardo DiCaprio sketched her in the nude. It's kind of the vibe I get from that photo.
Right.
Oh, man. It is, actually. That's a great point.
Well, I have that sketch, but it wasn't appropriate for the live chat. That's in my safe deposit box.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I like how this is like, it's serious for a minute, but then it gets really strange again. I mean, like a little bit too far almost. And I'm sorry. I feel like I'm responsible.
For those of you who have interacted with my brother online, and you see how absurd he gets at times, just realize that everything that that you see in him also exists in me. I just hide it because it would make me unacceptable to industry. So I just have to keep it cleaned up.
Okay.
Well, your brother seems pretty successful in life. Don't you want to just release and just be yourself and annihilate and have a good time?
Yeah, I'll yeah. Well, every time. Well, every time. So I remember I have 10 kids, so I've got to learn how to not, release
I got
as
you.
much.
Yes. If you would learn that, well, I'm not going to say that's a bad joke again. That's a horrible joke.
I know. It's awful.
Good grief. Well, of course,
Gosh.
we could have said it on this show. I guess well, it's too late now. The moment's passed. AK, do you have another question over there? I hear papers moving.
Yeah, this one's from Bill Spone, and he wanted to know, would you rather fight one horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses? That's Bill Spone.
It's Bill always has a way with questions. I'm definitely going to go with the one.
That's a big duck,
duck.
Brian. Brian, that's a big duck.
It is. I mean, it's an enormous.
I think you're
duck,
not
but
taking all those factors into consideration. Do you understand a webbed foot?
I am.
Okay.
I am, but you can deal with one thing. At least you can keep it in front of you. If you had 100 duck-sized horses and they were set on fighting you, because that's the idea here, is that it's not just that one exists. It's clearly that you have to fight one, and so they have it in their cognition that they want to fight you too. And if I'm trying to fight 100 of anything, I can't keep them all in front of me, and that's just unacceptable. It's like gremlins, No, it's not gonna work.
Brian,
one
are you
horse-sized duck.
Can we get back to HVAC? What the hell are you doing?
Ahead. Yeah.
Okay, this is getting weird. Okay. All right, I'm good. I'm good now. Let's get it back to HVAC.
I don't know that this is good for our show or not. I can't decide yet.
My God.
I don't even know if this is. We shouldn't have done this. Next week we'll have a Corbett Lunsford, guys. This will be gone.
Is Corbett coming on?
He is. He's coming on next week.
That'll be awesome.
It will be.
Tell him to wear a Speedo.
It needs to be. We need to pick up.
We need some legitimacy back in here.
Mm-hmm.
So three mistakes, Brian. I'm not going to put you on the spot. If it's only one, that's fine, but make it one that you ruin somebody's life, and then talk about how they're still affected by that mistake today.
Whoa.
You could do 3 mistakes you've made that you've learned the hard way, but have helped you long term to avoid.
Wow, 3. Okay,
and now
so
pass the knowledge on.
Are you going to stop talking?
We're good.
Okay, all right.
We're clear.
Okay, so a few mistakes. So anybody who lives in my area and sees the installs that I did early on when Kalo started, that I physically did myself, I mean, they were horrendous. They were awful. I am a terrible installer. I'm a decent technician, but I'm a terrible installer, and I have a lot of shame and angst about some of those early systems that I put in by myself. And a lot of that has to do, and I think a lot of people who do bad work, they do it because they're rushing, because they've got, 3 service calls backing up and they're on the change out. And they've got, at the time I had, a 15-year-old helper helping me install them. And I just was constantly, working until 10 o'clock at night trying to get these installs in. And I just did some really crappy work. So one of the things I learned early on is that you have to structure your business in such a way that you are not always up against it. If you are, then you're not going to do your best work. So that's one thing. The next thing is the time that we cut holes in the outside of a skyscraper above the district attorney's office in Tampa using a gas-powered concrete saw that wasn't quite big enough to cut all the way through the wall of the skyscraper. So we had to cut some from the inside and some from the outside. And we got kicked out of the building by the building manager with lots of F-bombs and everything because we smoked out the district attorney's office right below us. But no charges were filed, although I'm not sure why. And that lesson taught me when you take on big jobs, you have to put a lot more thought into prep. It's just part of it. And then we were so new, and I was new to a lot of that sort of project planning. So I learned that was a mistake that taught me that, like, look, if you're going to take on a big job, you've got to be able to put the time in to plan this out and think through all those details. And then the final thing is, just thinking I can do it all, thinking I could be good at it all, instead of just focusing on doing what I'm good at, which is being a good service tech and hopefully growing as a leader, and then also doing the education side. Those are the 3 things that I do well. The other stuff, detail, paperwork, installation, project management, all those things I'm terrible at. And so I've had to learn to give those things up to other people. There you go. There's
Well
the 3.
said.
That was good.
Well,
Very candid, very honest. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Very nice. Three. Was that three things? Was that all? Was that three?
It was
different
three,
things?
yeah.
Was that three? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You have a fourth?
I didn't go like this. 1, 2, 3. I should have done that.
That's the problem.
I need to work on that. My live stream game is weak.
Let's get him one of those dry erase boards to sit next to him. Something like that. We can give a tally. I have one in the other room. I'll just run it over there. It's fine. It's really good. Now, HVAC school. It seems like it's better than some actual trade schools. Now, how much of your time goes into that particular venture? Because I've wondered this for a while. Because you have tech tips. Is there like 1,000 people there, or is it just you doing 1,000 things? I've always wondered this.
Are you being serious?
I'm being dead serious.
It sounds like you're being sarcastic.
I have that problem, but I'm serious.
Have you seen how many typos I have in my tech tips? I mean, like, I am the typo master, so clearly nobody is reviewing this stuff. It's just me like pounding it out on my phone half the time. No, HVAC school it was a very organic thing, and I spend a lot of time on it now. But we've learned that it's actually very synergistic. That's a fancy corporate word I learned that I use a lot. Synergistic with Kalos. So it helps with recruiting. It helps with customer acquisition, especially on the commercial side. So whereas when I first started it, a lot of the other leaders in Kalos were, questioned the time that I spent on it. Now I think everybody gets that it's a good thing and it helps build industry relationships. And so I've poured a lot of heart and soul into it. Although I am excited to say that we do have a lot more contributors now. Who are writing articles. Ryan Finley just wrote one on VRF, which I thought was VRF, which I thought was very good. And we've had a lot of contributors lately, and that's great too. So I'd be just as happy to edit and make other people's work as good as it can be versus always having to create my own. But the goal is just to create good training content that people can use that actually helps them.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that playing out now. I mean, it has to be the goal ultimately, is to see other people get inspired by something initially, and then deciding to say, hey, I probably could have taught that better, or I've got experiences that aren't getting touched on, and it gives them maybe a little bit of confidence to, maybe they're not the type to start their whole own thing, but there's somewhere now where people can come and give a little piece. Maybe they're not a guru at a big, wide swath of stuff, but they've got a little nugget or something that they could share. And there's kind of a central place now on the internet to get all that compiled and shared. And it makes it more of a community thing versus a you thing.
Right. Yeah. And that's really important, because the idea that I'm somehow special, of course, is true, because because I am. No, I'm not special. The only thing that I do that's different is you just do it, and so I'm not better qualified than thousands of other people who have something to add to the conversation. There's things I know well. There's things I barely know at all. And the center kind of piece of any occupational growth is a desire to grow and a desire to learn. And there's a lot of people who have that, and they're adding to the conversation. I think of Caleb Salibi. Some of you have interacted with him. He's a young guy, but what he writes is fantastic. Jenry Garcia wrote a, he's another young guy down in Miami, probably my age, maybe younger, who wrote an article on dehumidifiers. Excellent, much better than I could have written. And it's not because necessarily that they're the industry experts on that topic, but it's because it's something that they've been learning about, something they care about, and so they take what they've learned and they share it. And that's sort of the centerpiece of learning anyway, because you learn best when you're teaching, when you're sharing what you learn with others. And that's what we want. That's what we need to accomplish in this trade, because frankly, we've got a big hurdle to overcome with the skills gap, and I think any little thing that we can do individually or as a group is worth doing.
It's chicken or the egg type of question, but is the bigger problem the types of guys you see out there, that the ones that are not the more negative types in some of these groups that don't either want to learn a better way or do it the right way? There's the negative types that kind of stop positive growth and learning, or is it something on the education side that is it just improper techniques or the wrong type of teaching, that kind of thing?
So I think what ends up happening is that you're left with whatever you're left with. And so when you don't have a lot of people who are attracted to the trade, who are coming in because they really want to be here, then you're left with people who do it because they've got no other choice. And so they're bitter, they're frustrated, and sometimes maybe some of those people can be turned. Maybe some of them can, learn a better way or see that there is opportunity and become more positive. But a lot of them are just negative, nasty people who aren't the type of people you would want to have as friends or would want to have in your house serving your air conditioner. And so I think the only reason those people remain in the trade is because we have such a desperate need for new people. And I've just sort of tended to ignore that early on. And Andrew, you and I have actually had some conversations about this. I've not even early on, even recently, sometimes I try to be like a crusader for professionalism in the trade. And I've learned consistently that that's not terribly helpful to address people directly who really don't care about that. I think the way that we deal with it is by bringing people in and educating people who have a desire to do this work because they actually want to, not because they feel like they have no other choice.
Sure.
Sounds like our trouble's on YouTube. People that are negative, addressing them or letting them pass on by. It's very difficult to do that, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'd say Facebook's the worst.
Facebook is definitely the worst.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Your group is nice, though. It's other groups.
I mean, my group has challenges too. I mean, but largely I've learned that the worst actors, you just block them, and then they'll come after you. But then if you just don't say anything, then that's the best way. I've made the mistake of engaging, and a lot of people have given me the advice of not engaging the trolls, and that's the best advice. Is that you just have to, some people care and some don't, and some people are just having a bad day. That happens. We all have bad days where we say things we didn't mean, or whatever, and you got to have some sense of when that's occurring. But it's all about contribution. If your desire is to contribute positively to other people, you actually care about their advancement, then that shines through eventually, even through maybe some of the bad days. But people whose desire is to kind of drag others down to make themselves feel better, you just got to kind of move on. And I think eventually, if we build enough interest in the trade and we do a better job of educating, I think we will drown that out, where that becomes actually more rare, and the norm becomes people who are actually interested in learning and growing.
Do you hire and fire at Kalos still?
Yeah, I mean, I don't do all of it. In fact, I like doing hiring and I really hate doing firing, so I usually try to find excuses to not have to do the firing. But I do it at times. Yeah.
Well, since you do the hiring, how do you discern these people like we're talking about on Facebook? Sometimes it's hard to discern if they're going to be good or bad until you get into it with them. How do you pick the right guy in the hiring process since you do hire?
Yeah, it's interesting because, I do a lot of things like initial quizzes. I generally run people through a process where they have to take several steps. And what that does is that helps show their commitment. You'd be amazed how many people will say things like, well, why would I go through all the time to take that quiz or that test if I don't know if I'm going to get the job? I've literally had people say that to me. I'm actually working on developing that even more. But once people make it past that first barrier, then the next thing is a lot of it has to do with gut. I mean, it's like when you call somebody on the phone for that first, like, hey, you applied for the job, and they're, hey, this is Randy. It's like, okay, there's so many people who do want opportunities that I don't have to waste time with people who can't even have a reasonable conversation on the phone. And it's not, and I think a lot of times when we're hiring, we make excuses because we feel like we need people, especially if they have some experience. And what I've learned is that if people don't have good communication skills, don't have an interest in the trade, can't describe what it is they like about the business, then I'm not going to hire them. And that's one of my favorite questions to ask is, so what do you like about the air conditioning business if they have any experience? And if they're like, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a job. It's like, okay, forget it. You clearly don't really care. And I need people who actually enjoy their work.
I'm just kind of wondering, Tersh was on here not too long ago. Tersh hires off of personality. Sounds like you're not quite in the same area. You actually want people to go through a series of tests. Now, are those tests like, what is superheat? What kind of test are you talking about?
It depends. So, like, the vast majority of people who work out at Kalos came to us with no experience and no schooling. But they have reasonable mechanical aptitude. They have reasonable spatial understanding. They have reasonable science basics. Even if the science basics isn't formal, they have a sense of the relationships, for example, between mass, volume, and pressure. Things like that you just learn when you have done things in your life. People who have actually use their hands in some way. And so those are the sorts of things I look for. And then the ability to communicate about it, the ability to put a reasonable sentence together. I don't care about punctuation and all that stuff, but just the ability to communicate so that you can be understood. That's important because you're going to have to write invoices. You're going to have to talk to people. Pretty much every job that you do in my company, you got to have those skills. And so those are the sorts of things I'm looking for. Personality is a tricky one. I don't use that word anymore, although I have at times. Because personality is more about my preferences and how someone comes off, and that isn't universal. Because, for example, if I'm hiring somebody for the commercial side of the business to do projects, they don't need to have a personality that I really love. We've got some crazy ass dudes working in our commercial division, and they're great. They're just not really suited for the, working in grandma's house. But they still care about the trade. They're still able to work with their hands. They can still put a reasonable sentence together in order to communicate what's going on, and that's what I'm looking for.
What about this Bert? What about Bert? I'm kind of. Okay. Is Bert is he a real person? Does he work for you?
Yes, Bert's an example of somebody who he's my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister and my baby sister. And Bert is I have some funny stories about Bert that will make everybody super uncomfortable. So I won't tell them right now, but at a later date. So
I'll be fine. Go ahead.
So I've known him my entire life. He was actually born in our house. Which is a weird thing that now he's married to my sister. It's nothing. It's okay. Never mind. We're going to end it there. So I've known him his whole life. Bert knew nothing about air conditioning 4 or 5 years ago, and now is a extremely talented technician, but a very, very disorganized person. And so we're actively looking for ways that he can fit and provide value. And so Bert Life is an example of that, where he's doing education, but also just having fun, which is what he does really well. He's a naturally funny and kind of charming person. Customers like him, but he does lose tools like you would not believe. I mean, he has left the doors open on the back of his van probably at least 20 times, and like stuff has fallen off the back. It's that extreme, which is a little tough to manage as an owner. But a great guy, and certainly I enjoy watching his videos.
Wow. Well, AK, what were you going to say? I kind of cut you off. Sorry.
No, it was another question from Bill Spone. It was, what would you do if you found a penguin in the freezer?
I would first thing I always do whenever I look in the freezer and I find exotic meats, because a lot of exotic meats end up in our freezer. Because both my mother and my grandfather are really big into slaughtering animals. So I would go online and I would look up. I would probably type in this sequence. Recipes for penguin meat, and just see what I come up with, and just make something. Fridays are my dinner days, and so I would make something with penguin on a Friday night.
Wait, is the penguin dead or is he alive?
I don't. Either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, at that point, it's sort of a moot point.
All right, he's kind of taking it off subject again. Okay, so if Ralph Wolf were to move down to Florida tomorrow, would you hire him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Our test shows that's a lie.
What test?
It's just my hand. It's that we don't have a test.
I'm trying to think though, what job would I have Ralph do? Like if Ralph came to me, moved to Florida, and said I want a job. See, the question is all about this. This goes down to Jim Collins in the book Good to Great, because the number one thing you look for in building an organization is who sits on what seat in the bus. So you got to have the right people on the bus, and then you got to put them in the right seat. So I got to think of the right seat in the bus for Ralph.
Like a seat that he has now. Like if he just kind of, you pay him, he's employed,
right?
Doesn't really, he's just kind of, he's available for take a phone call. Like if you, not for all your equipment that you sell, but like one type,
right? Like
so
Bosch,
maybe your mini
example.
splits. Yeah, say Bosch. We'll just grab it, something random.
All right.
Yeah.
Or maybe if there's some need for some Zoom lock talk,
Zoom lock
or maybe to install a Bosch using Zoom lock. then
Right.
Ralph would be a perfect candidate for that.
So he would be there for those situations.
Sure.
The
Sure.
throughout
a
the year.
specialist.
All of them, every
Yeah.
single one of them, though.
Right.
So he's
Yeah.
there for 100% of those calls.
Sounds
You would
great.
hire him. Okay.
Yeah. It sounds like a high 6-figure income for that.
Well, you have to be willing to invest in Kalos
Right.
to get.
You got to invest.
Yeah.
You got to spend money to make money. Spend money willy nilly in hopes that someday you just make money. That's
What do
my
you think
philosophy in business.
What do you think about that, Zach?
I think does Kalos have a basketball team?
Well, I mean, I have a basketball team in my own home.
I mean, but like,
So,
do you have ones that have like a
trick question.
Kalos jerseys and you guys play other large HVAC companies? Because Ralph, that's a job for him.
That's true. Yeah, point guard. There's a lot of John Stockton and Ralph.
Yeah, they are white.
And there's a lot of Carl Malone in Bryan Orr, so it might be the
Yeah,
The
the
mailman.
match made in heaven.
I mean, I'm more of a Dikembe Mutombo man myself.
Yeah, well, I see it.
Do you guys watch basketball?
Me or Brian?
That's
did in the
that's an
90s.
African. That's not like you at all.
That's 90s NBA.
Yeah, I was a big NBA fan.
I was a big fan
hey,
in the 90s.
quick Bryan Orr fact. My grandmother was the first employee of the Orlando Magic. There you go.
Let's just ignore the fact it was third person and just
Right.
a quick Zack Psioda fact.
Yeah, but
I used to drink a whole 40 a day before I liked the trade. And then I do it after, too. And, man, that was pretty cool. He just referred to himself in the third person. I think we should write that down on something. The voice of an industry referred to himself in third person.
I didn't. What are you talking about? I did not refer to myself in the third person.
Zack
I said
Psioda heard it.
my grandmother was the first employee of the Orlando Magic. That's not the third person. I was referring to my
Right
grandmother.
before that, I
Oh,
think. I rewind the
Okay.
tape, but I don't know how to do it.
okay. Did I say? Okay, yeah.
It was,
All right, that's
it was a
possible.
Bryan Orr fact.
That does happen sometimes. I have a latent, enormous ego that I have to keep in check.
Well,
Goes long-
that's why
long.
AK was here. He's here to help you check your ego. He's failing, I think.
Appreciate that.
We are 21 away from giving away the P51 870.
Oh man, we're so close. Come on, guys, go tell your
We're
friends
close.
about
Funny
this.
We're
stuff
close.
quick,
We're creeping
funny
up.
boy.
We're creeping up.
Well-
Funny boy. I heard funny boy.
Yeah,
I didn't hear
yeah.
the preceding part.
I said say
Be
some
funny.
funny stuff
I
quick.
gotta
Yeah,
be- I gotta be funny.
and that will make people come and see the funniness.
See that? Okay. You hesitated too long.
Yeah, that was really
I
good.
know.
You got to make sentences like that flow quickly,
know,
okay?
I know.
Don't give anybody a chance.
I
Don't give
really,
it.
I really.
You got that,
You
chat?
know what? You know what it is? You know what it is? Look at the clock. It just struck 10 p.m.
Oh, it is.
It just struck 10 p.m.
I can't use any
Wow.
reference. I was going to say this is
It's
after
10
dark,
p.m.
but
and
after
Bri-
dark was already used.
It's 10 p.m. Brian's coming. He's coming for everybody here.
So, I'm known for making those sorts of comments accidentally. The other day, I was walking through the office, and someone walks the other way. You know how I am with the dad jokes, right? So just any turn of phrase that I can use stupidly and ignorantly, I do. And so he's walking to the office. He's talking to my brother actually, and he says something like, "All I eat is protein." That's what he says. Okay. And so I just, without thinking, say, "Well, all I eat is amateur teen."
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
And that is not what I meant at all. And so I just turn all red, like or one of our office ladies is there. Her mouth is just agape, and I'm like, no. I was just playing on the word pro, and it
Oh boy.
been happening a lot lately.
Yeah.
Hey, remember that sketch you wanted to do with Chris Hansen? I think we might have
Yeah,
the
maybe
rest remember the
we-
sketch here.
Yeah. We need to
Sit down at the
we
table
need to
here,
incorporate.
Brian.
We need maybe yeah. I was gonna say we should make it a 3-way video and have Brian involved in it, but see, I'm just continuing the cycle.
Yeah,
here.
you're just cycle of
You guys
So
are
the
problem.
the 3 o'clock behind you, I've seen several people in the chat now bring it up. Is there a significance? Is it 3 o'clock or is it 300? Like a Spartan reference.
There were several possibilities there. It is actually set to 3 a.m. So you know what that means.
Matchbox 20. Sweet.
Yeah, I must be lonely. But I'm not, because I have, 11 other people in my
You've
house.
solved that problem for yourself, haven't you?
I have. I'm like Michael Scott. I have children so that way I can have friends. And they always have to be my friends.
Are any of his children in the chat? Because we should warn them. They should not be here. Are they here? They're not, are they?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good because they don't want to see you like this.
I haven't even been drinking.
Do you drink?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that would be like, yeah. I mean, it's like you don't have to. I don't drink at all. So
good for you. Good for you.
I was pretty wasted for 4 years. That's why I don't drink anymore.
Well, this just got real.
Let's talk a little bit about alcoholism, Brian.
Okay.
Let's not.
Destroys many families.
Yeah. Oh, there's a super chat. Hey, Ivan, way to super chat, man. As you can see, you're moving the bar up here. The bar moves when you super chat. We give away more prizes. This is like a carnival here, a carnival of errors, starring AK and Zack and poor Brian.
Okay. I see the bar now. I didn't see it before.
It's there.
So yeah,
we're talking about drinking in a bar. That's funny. Okay. What else we got here? Come on now. Because we got to get to these phone calls pretty soon. Brian's staying for the phone calls. It's only going to go downhill if they're in the phone calls because we're going to have all sorts of weird people calling in. It's like, oh, Brian's there. I've wanted to talk to him forever, but he doesn't answer my messages. A lot of shit like that. So we need to brace ourselves for that.
Am I allowed to talk?
Yeah. During the phone call? Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we should all hear you'll be able to interact on the phone calls. It'll be great.
Oh, Jason just really super chatted there.
I missed it. It hasn't appeared on the screen yet. Oh, let's see what happens. Have it come up on the screen. It takes about 10 seconds to come up onto the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Orsbit.
Shoot. I see. I've gotten good with his name now.
Oh,
hey,
see,
Jason's a heck of a guy, by the way.
Shoot.
I mean, I like both of you, but I think I like Jason better than both of you put together. Just saying.
Why wouldn't you?
Right, exactly.
Did you not see his jacket in
I
Atlanta?
was just going to mention that those ESCO guys wear fancy friggin' jackets.
He had a bespoke suit on with an embroidered HVAC excellence on the breast.
Indeed.
Yes, it was very handsome.
He did look sharp. Caught me off guard there. Sharp dresser. It was really cool. He's never at his booth, but he's a pretty sharp dresser. I think he only spent like 10 minutes at his booth the whole time. We could not find him. But know who we did find? You, Brian.
Who?
We found you.
Oh, indeed.
It was wonderful.
Yeah.
And you got to be in our picture. The picture was the best part. I love that picture.
Yeah, that was I was very late to the picture. There's a lot of rushing around.
But you know what? I mean, Corbett walked up and walked away before the picture was taken. I'm going to talk to him next week about that. He walked right up in his perfect suit with all that PBS money, and then he just walks away without being in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
It's irritating.
Just rolling in that PBS money.
You know how much those people make? $1,500 an episode.
Have you not seen the phonathons that they have?
Uh-huh. I love watching those. I don't watch all year long, but I just tune in for those. Those are great. Was he answering the phone on one of those? Not that I'm aware of. I didn't really think so. Okay. Well, yes, he was. Yeah, he was there. Holy crap. Okay,
thank
Brian.
you, Billy. Thank you, Billy. He's moving that dial down.
Thank you.
So we will give another prize away too if we get to the bottom of that.
Oh,
right?
we'll give away something nice too. Nice. So, Brian, I know you have many vehicles on the road. I'm gonna read this question verbatim. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Which models are you using for service? Installs? So we have a very diverse fleet. So we very rarely buy new vehicles. We usually buy used vehicles that we can get at good prices. And we use a lot of just regular old vans, express vans, Ford E250s, but we do have a lot more transits, the full-size transits now, which have had nothing but heartache with the whole, flexible drive shaft coupler dealio. But I think mostly that's been resolved. So there's no good one single answer for that. On the install side, we generally use box vans. For commercial techs, Eric Melly has the nicest, those of you who know Eric M. HVAC, who never, by the way, Andrew, never mounts his acetylene tanks in the back of his van because he doesn't want to die like you with a death wish.
Oh, my God.
I know where he's going when he does die. Watch them memes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what. Yeah, we're going to reference the memes now. So Eric has the nicest vehicle in our fleet. And so for all of our commercial technicians, we are looking at service body KUV type vehicles with either transit fronts, or we actually prefer the old school express or E250, E350 type vans. Still our preference whenever we can find them in that model. But again, we're very rarely going out and designing our own from scratch. We're usually just finding what we can find that's a good value.
What was the van that you used when you started being a service tech?
Oh gosh, my first van like ever, or my first Kalos van?
Let's just say the first time you were a tech, the first van you climbed into, no matter who it was.
Oh wow, my first van I climbed into was it was an old Chevy van. It was before they called them Express, but it was like the really boxy Chevy vans, like where you sit and you like feel like you're driving at a Isuzu. It's like up here. I love that thing. It was I'm trying to remember what number it was at Del Air. In my Del Air days, I was like 112 or something, and now they have like 1,000 vehicles on the road. But anyway, that was a great vehicle. And then I drove a little Dodge too, which that was another great vehicle. I like all my, are you like me, Zach, where you have like an emotional attachment to the service vehicles that you work out of?
I really do. I had names for them, believe it or not. I was the kind of guy, when I played ball back in the day, I would name the bat, I'd name my cleats, I had it written on there because I was kind of a joker anyway. But I called them the BWV, the big white van, and the BWV2. E150s, Ford.
Ooh, 150s are rough.
Yeah, because the axles go bad all the time. Sorry.
Yeah.
That was like 4 axles.
Issues. Yeah. Lots of little drivetrain issues and suspension issues and all that. But yeah, anyway, I always liked the vehicles, although actually that's not true. I drove a Transit, the small one. What are those things called? The real Connect. That's what it was. I friggin' hated that thing. That was actually the last vehicle that I worked out of when I was still like kind of a service tech at Kalos. But I hated that thing. That thing sucked. So that's the only vehicle I've ever worked out of that I despised.
Well, you must have been doing service work not too long ago because they haven't been out very long.
Yeah. I mean, it's been. I think I got rid of that vehicle 3 years ago, something like that. And I still run a service call from now and then. I ran an on-call weekend out of my stupid Mazda Mommobile not long ago. So I enjoy running service calls, but I don't have a true van anymore.
That's nice. I've run maybe 1 or 2 calls in the last several months, but I've really enjoyed it a whole lot. And it sheds a light on the part of the life that almost feels like it's over. I really miss it a whole lot. But then it says, would you like to go back? I'm like, nope, I don't, but I do miss it. So it's kind of hard. You do miss it, and I want to work with my hands, so I start doing this stuff in the other room, which is an experiment HVAC before anyone says anything. But it's hard to.
This is going to keep going on tonight. I really like doing stuff with my hands, so I do that other stuff in the room.
The faster, the better. The faster, the better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It doesn't. But get other people involved. It's even better than that. That's what I say. Bring people in, get them involved, get our hands. What? Thanks, Jeffrey Arnold, for the super chat. Thank you, Chris Stevens.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you, everybody, guys.
We're giving away another prize because you filled the bar down one time. But I do it twice, so I had to give away 2 prizes. Good grief. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Let's talk about vans.
Thanks, Brian.
Hey, no problem.
Don't get hung up on the vans, guys. If your vans are too clean, you're probably not doing much anyway.
Yeah, so that's what I always say.
You know what slobs say to justify being slobs? If your van's
must
clean,
not. Yeah, must not be too busy there.
There's a I want to say gradient. That's not the right word. There's a what's the word I'm looking for here?
Sliding scale.
There's a scale. Okay.
How about a spectrum?
That's the word I was looking for. Spectrum. There's a spectrum there. There's people who literally like are totally OCD about their tool locations, and like having everything perfect. Generally that is a disadvantage in the field. That's my opinion, my point of view. And then the other side, there's people like my brother who are filthy, disgusting pigs, and that's also a disadvantage. But, you want to keep it more towards the OCD side without hitting the point where you can't sometimes just, throw some garbage in the back of your truck when you need to. That's my stance on it. And, of course, it's correct.
That's it. So, of course. Interesting. It's an interesting stance.
Talking to the van layout group runner here. Mm-hmm. AK, he does not believe that. He wants that shit lined up perfect. Right, AK?
I'm into my van. I like my tools where they go. Okay.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, I was somewhere in between. I like to clean the van up once a week, but it would start going into disarray at the end of the week, especially if there was some sort of install during the week. There'd be like boxes of Flex crammed up against the side and stuff. I just slide them out of the way to get to my bag and roll it out. But it looked great once a week. Then it was over with by like Tuesday. I tried though. I really did.
Well,
thanks, Clint, for the super chat.
What is going on here?
We're just letting the silence see who talks first. Thank you, Brian.
Oh wow.
Sometimes we do that.
You lose, Brian, by the way.
That was fun. Let's do that again sometime.
We can do it right now if you want.
That was a joy.
OCD Van Man would be a great new video. Could be.
Bert Life.
Could be.
Number 6.
Yeah, Bert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Andrew's a little jealous of Bert. I mean, I can see this coming.
Oh my god!
On account you designed it to torpedo.
Well, right. on account that I continuously send him messages telling him that I designed it to torpedo him. That probably adds to it. So,
I didn't actually know that. I was just assuming because of what I picked up on.
Yeah,
my own.
yeah. No, I'm a very irritating person to Andrew. I do it on purpose, which is wrong. It's a sin. I have to go to confession every day about it. But
well, Catholic, that explains the children then.
I'm not Catholic. That was a joke.
But it explains the
children.
children.
Wrong. Not that there's anything wrong with being Catholic. Okay, Andrew.
I am Catholic. Yeah,
I know. That's why I said that. You know,
Yeah.
I wasn't being disparaging.
Yeah. Oh,
Mhm.
keep it going, man.
What's wrong with Catholics?
We're losing listeners like
a
crazy.
little barbs here. Yeah,
No, they're staying for
I'm
some
taking
reason.
it
I don't
off.
know what it is.
I'm still seeing red from the torch location thing, but I'm not going to let him know that. So everything's been kind of a blur since then.
You can't put acetylens on their side.
Yeah, well, you can't put them in the back of your vehicle. I mean, if someone rear ends you, I mean, just fiery death everywhere, just death and destruction.
It's literally the stupidest standpoint I've ever heard in my life. But I'm not going to get into it.
In your whole life.
It literally makes no difference
Uh-huh.
in the grand scheme of things.
I don't know.
I
take
storm in the
Eric's-
side. What if I get T-boned? Okay. I'm going to leave it at that.
You have to store your torches.
And my van is nicer. What's
You have-
nicer?
No, it's not nicer than Eric. Eric's van is
Okay. I'm not going to take the bait. I'm not going to take the bait.
So no, you have to take your torches and put them in the exact epicenter of your van in order to be safe, and cover them in a. You have to get a Pelican case large enough to house your torches. Otherwise, you clearly don't care about safety.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
No, and I know that's all he cared about when he continued to bring it up.
Right. It wasn't.
Just didn't want to see. You know what? I get it, dude. All right. For those who don't know, I got in a little thing back and forth with Eric M one time about the torches. Okay, it was on my video, and you know what? I've let it go because I know. You know what it was? He genuinely cared, and he did not want to see yet another technician killed in a fiery ball
in their prime
of dying stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's just sick of it.
Yep. Happens every day.
And you know what? I didn't see that at the time. I thought he was being petty. But I get it now. He didn't want to see another technician get rear-ended and have the entire van explode and lose another. There is a skills gap, and we can't lose technicians for stuff like that. So
Yep. You're just expressing love to another brother.
Right.
Yep.
So
that's prevalent in the trade. There's a lot of love.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the love right now, guys. I like how you guys are just doing this to better all of us because of the awareness. I don't remember where I put my acetylens. I don't think I cared all that much about it. Now I feel like I was a fool. I was a fool not to care. Was I a fool, Brian?
I have a question for you, Zach.
Okay.
Have you used Turbo Torch at all? I mean, air acetylene. How do you feel about air acetylene?
Air acetylene? I have them in the shop over here, but no, I didn't use it all that much. I grew up on the other stuff, so I felt like I was so comfortable with it, I never really bothered to move on to it.
Yeah, me as well, or likewise myself. Likewise, but I've been using air acetylene quite a bit lately, especially for demonstration of alloy saw by Solder Weld. Find out more by going to solderweld.com.
skillful.
I've really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed air acetylene quite a bit. It has some challenges for sure. Every tool does, but I really like it. Yeah. And we've been giving it to newer technicians because they have less to go wrong.
That's interesting. Now, I've always used oxygen acetylene. I got used to the size of the flame. The intensity obviously is a lot higher, but I did use air acetylene a little bit, and I just couldn't get into it. I was so used to having that pinpoint flame that I worked with for so long. What would you say are the advantages to using air and acetylene instead? Like, and where would you use it? Wow, a real life question. Hey guys, listen up.
All right, Shearer just wrote it overheats everything. Shearer, something I got to mention about Shearer. He is much more delightful in person than he is a troll online, but in person, he's lovely. So no, it doesn't overheat everything, Joe. A air acetylene does throw heat forward more through convection, I guess it would be, because it's moving more air, and so you can't have something behind it. You will tend to burn it up, so you got to protect that surface with either a spray gel or a wet rag or something like that. So that is one challenge. But what I like about it is it's a wraparound flame because it's a wider flame. So for a new tech, where you're trying to get them to heat the whole joint versus just trying to heat the edge and put a cap on it, which is what the biggest mistake that a lot of guys make, even when they make pretty braze joints. So air acetylene just helps them get the entire joint up to temperature quicker, and you also get less problems with them trying to get their torches lit and then creating the little carbon bunnies inside the house and that sort of thing with air acetylene. So for a new tech, that's an advantage. There's also just less to manage. You don't have to have a striker. It's a nice little rig for somebody who's new and learning how to get the joint to the right temperature, which to me is the biggest thing. You got to get the whole joint to the proper temperature, that dark cherry red. And I think air acetylene is easier to do that especially for a newer technician.
And these are on B tanks?
So I just use it on MC tank.
That's what I have. That's what I was asking. Yeah. I think most people use B tanks.
People who are using it and doing a lot of joining, but for a regular, say a service technician or something, you keep a couple MC tanks in your truck. That's enough.
No, I like that. I like that idea. It's very mobile, so I do like that idea. Yeah. And it's just like everything else. I guess I just have to get used to it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. So, for example, if you were doing a lot of TXVs, then that's you're getting in tight spaces where you're worried about where that flame is going to go. Then it's not ideal. I've brazed with oxyacetylene most of my career, and it's great. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But for newer techs, especially when you're trying to onboard people more quickly, or for installers where they're making joints that are more easily exposed, I think air acetylene is the way to go.
I can see that on the install. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
On service, I think it would be a little bit different, like you're saying, TXVs and in the confines of wherever. So yeah, definitely.
All of our service techs still have oxyacetylene, but installers especially. So there you have it. A little AC specific knowledge there for you people, or not knowledge, more just conversation, because I was starting to feel kind of bad. I made some dirty sounding jokes, and then I was razzing on Andrew a little bit, just because I want him to like me, and I don't know how. He's kind of he's kind of a closed book, and I'm trying to get into his psyche, and it's not working, and I feel like our friendship's on the rocks right now. So
that part's true. Yeah. That part's really true. He is trying to hack in. So I put up a wall, though. There's a
lot of wisdom in that. Yeah. Art of War, Sun Tzu teaches you a lot of those skills. Read it sometime. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, the guys love that book.
Yeah.
It's good.
A lot of Art of War. Last week we discussed Jane Eyre, didn't we? Yeah. So this was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe
Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights is excellent read.
Heathcliff. What a character, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ulysses.
We've said too much. Okay, that's next week's book.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna cut this off here, and we're gonna play the middle piece, because I think that probably the same shit we're doing now is gonna happen afterwards anyway with the phones. What do you think, AK?
Yeah, that's fine. We've got let's see. Again, we're hovering at about 20 away from the 200 mark. So in the next few minutes, we've still got some time here to hit 200, and right now we've already got two giveaways for the end of the show that are done deal. It's gonna happen. Somebody's getting a vacuum pump. And we're going to get something else for maxing out that slider, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think they're going to be very pleased with what they're about to win.
Very nice. Very nice. And we may go ahead and give something else out in the
Somebody's calling now. Do you hear that?
Okay. Maybe somebody's got a
question.
I'm
going to turn it off, because we're going to do it after the break. Call in after the break, guys. Come on now. All right. Let's take that break, shall we? Oh, now we give away 2. Did we fill up the bar again? Do you see it over there? We might have filled up the bar again. Nope, we got 100 more points there. Okay, let's take a break. We're going to watch a video, the final vacuum experiment. I think all of you guys are going to be interested, especially G. Martinez. Those of you who are looking for why they keep calling, I don't know. Let me turn that off again. Stop calling, damn it. Okay, after the break, we do the vacuum experiment. We're going to come back. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. It's going to make you paranoid, and I'm sorry about that. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Everybody, mute your mics. We'll see you on the flip side.
Guys, I'm pretty excited here. I'm sitting next to this coil, underwater, looking for the perfect coil. Now, guys, I've been looking for the perfect coil for a while. I want one that leaks just a little tiny bit for our pressure test and vacuum test, and I think I might actually have the one. If you guys can't see it, there's a leak here. There's a couple leaks on this coil, but they're smaller. Let me zoom in and you can see them. You guys see the bubble passing through there? That's our leak. I'm going to let this thing sit in here for a little while and see how much pressure we lose. Now, it's going to be cooling off, so it will drop a little bit because it's cooling off, but it shouldn't be that significant. 1 or 2 PSI. It's going to be hard to tell on this gauge, but you know what? I know it's leaking. It's leaking less than the other one, and I'm pretty daggone excited. Well, here we are again with another old-ass coil that I confirmed was leaking very, very little. It leaks so little, it's going to be perfect for this test. I put it on about 375 pounds with the analog gauge on the top of it, and it just lost a few PSI between this afternoon and tonight. It's around 8 o'clock now, and that was about 5 or 6 hours ago. So I think it's going to be a perfect coil for this demonstration. We're going to do a 30-minute nitrogen hold test with the Yellow Jacket P51-870s, and we're going to lower the bar for leakage from 0.8% down to 0.5% to see if this sucker can pass the test. Let it stabilize for just a moment. As soon as we hit the set P1 button, it's going to start our 30-minute test at 0.5%. We're going to see if it'll pass. Here we go. Let's see what happens. So here we are at the last 10 seconds of our nitrogen test, and it looks like we're going to pass with flying colors. Pass. Lost a total in almost nothing. Less than half a PSI for most of the test as it fluctuated. We're at 0.3 PSI, and it's fluctuating back to normal. What are the reasons for this? Well, one of the reasons could be that there's a little bit of refrigerant still trapped in the oil that's in this coil. Maybe that's true. But really, how much of an effect is that having? All the other coils seem to be leaking pretty well. And we know this one leaks in at least 2 spots. That's what makes it extra scary. So this coil lost almost nothing. At very late stages of the test, it still showed as a 0.0 loss. It would fluctuate down, but it would pop up too. Back and forth, back and forth. Very scary stuff. So we're going to go on to the part that I know we're all wondering about. The vacuum and vacuum decay. So we're going to hook up the stuff. We're going to check it out. And we're going to answer the question, can we fool Blue Vac app into thinking that we have a non-leaking coil? As you can see, we have the Blue Vac stuff set up. We have the 2 hoses. We have it going into the T like we did, but we could do it a different way. We could use 2 different connections. We're just doing the T because it was kind of already set up that way. Have the Blue Vac Micro. We do have the app as well. You're going to see that on the screen while we're vacuuming out this coil. So we're going to get going. We're going to turn this thing on and see how we do and see if we pass the decay test on the app.
So we're opening up the BlueVac app. We're looking inside and we can see there's targets. They're adjustable targets, but the default is for beneath a decay, you want to be there for 10 minutes after you valve off. If you're there for 10 minutes and you're not above that 500 mark that we've set, then you pass the vacuum. Now that's default. You can change that to a different number. You can make it so this vacuum fails. But we're going to discuss the time we spent in decay and the time we spent vacuuming, and that's the important part. That's the part that's going to get real interesting. So take a look at this. Now let's switch over to a different screen. As you guys can see, judging from the time at the bottom, you can see what we're talking about here. From 0 to 45 minutes, we were in the vacuum. I changed the oil 2 times. The first time it was very cloudy, the second time much cleaner, and the third time it stayed clear. At the 45-minute mark, we valved off for the decay. Now keeping in mind, we said 10 minutes was a default for keeping below the decay to pass the vacuum test. This one stayed below the maximum decay target of 500 microns for over half an hour. It was closer to 40 minutes that we were below that time, meaning unless you extended that decay parameter to over 45 minutes, it would have shown this test as a successful and passed vacuum test. When you go into the BlueVac app, there is an information button next to the decay parameters, and it will tell you that when doing a vacuum decay test, you take 10 minutes and you add 1 minute per ton for the decay test. Now with a 1.5 ton coil, that would mean 11 minutes and 30 seconds. And as you can see, we far surpassed that below decay. So theoretically, if we were following the directions of this app, following all the directions of vacuuming that we've learned thus far, we just had a successful and passed vacuum monitored by an app put through a proper decay that was on a leaking coil. Leaking in 2 different spots. Guys, I want to know what you think about this finding. Email me at hvacshoptalk@gmail.com. You can call or text 910-970-0774. I think we're onto something here that is a weakness of the industry and perhaps something that's slipping through more often than we'd like to think. Probably we need to tighten up the rules and practices that we use during vacuum when so many of us don't even use a micron gauge. A micron gauge isn't actually a guarantee that you're doing anything right. You can take a look at the micron gauge. You can be in a great decay, or so you think it's a great decay, but it turns out it might not be as good as you think it is. So just a little bit of food for thought, guys. We'll continue this series at a different time when we think of some new stuff to try out, but we'll probably shift to something new coming up in the next couple of weeks. So stay tuned for that, and we'll get back to the show. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that super educational stuff I just made. This groundbreaking HVAC experimentation. Bryan, you can unmute and rejoin us. AK, did you watch the video? Did you think it was groundbreaking?
I did. I'm fascinated and I'm very curious, and I'd love to dig deeper into that and have Jim on again, or reach out and see what he thinks about that.
I'm a little curious about MeasureQuick as an app, if it's going to do any calculations for leak rate and hold off on a past evacuation until the leak rate lessens, because the leak rate was steady but slow. So is MeasureQuick going to say, because I didn't use MeasureQuick, and maybe that's a mistake of mine, and I might ask Jim about it too, but if the leak rate remains constant and doesn't plateau off, will MeasureQuick not let it pass?
Right. Matt Bruss just said it. I'd be interested if you extrapolate the graph function, if that's a way to test it. I think that's what that feature is doing. I think it's taking, what it's detecting in the predetermined time and extrapolating that out equally over a larger duration of time to tell you if you've passed or not. So it's interesting. Yeah. I don't know. And that crossed my mind about that feature as well. And I didn't have an opinion one way or the other. So usually I've not used that as my determination that we're tight or not. I still will leave it for a longer period of time beyond the app saying you've passed. So I haven't had an experience yet where I let it rip, let a system go and start it up, release the charge, or add charge to it based off that telling me I was good. I've still used traditional time timing of that rate. Example, the chiller, right? I went back 5 days later.
Do you see what they said in the chat? I turned the chat on. They said that you never changed the oil on your chiller because you were using the white whale or whatever, Ahab. But I used the filled piece, which holds, I think it's at 8 ounces of vacuum pump oil. Therefore, I had to change it. I changed it twice. So that's kind of interesting. But the Navac holds how much oil? Like a gallon or something? Holy crap.
That pump right there holds almost 2 quarts. It's like 1 3/4 quarts, but that uses an industrial constant duty oil. Like that pump, they just adapted it for HVAC use, but that was designed for much different processes. It uses that oil is like $100 a gallon. So it has a much better properties than a typical mineral oil or what you use in a regular pump. So I hear. So that pump, we performance tested it the next day and it still pulled down to its rated. It was between 2 and 5 microns after 14 hours of runtime. So, but like I said, I went back a day, 5 days later, almost 5 days later, and it was at, maybe 800 microns, I think.
On decay?
Yeah. 'Cause I left the micron gauge over the weekend and I went back like on a Tuesday. So, thoughts, Bryan? Is he unmuted? I'm specifically on the feature of the app that lets you basically decay for a minute and then tells you if you would have passed in a much longer period of time based off that.
Yeah, but I mean, so the question is, if you had given it a longer period of time, does that make any difference? If you're still trying to, if you give it a longer, can you hear me?
Okay.
In case you guys wondered if the show was going to change tone, it's not.
No, clearly not. Clearly not. I was trying to be serious, and then
no, it was a so serious question.
So the answer that I'm going to give is, are you ready? Yes. Is that if you wait longer, why is that the question? I mean, we see that of course you get this quick jump up, and a lot of that just has to do with sort of like the stabilization inside of the vessel that you just pulled a vacuum on, and so you get this quick jump up, but then you have this steady increase. So what does the time factor do here? Because you saw, I mean, it was increasing very slowly, and I think a lot of it has to do with you're dealing with an exceptionally tight environment other than these 2 very tiny leaks in this evaporator, or not tiny, but they're small leaks in this evaporator coil. And so you've got these 2 small leaks, and then everything else is so tight that it's still a very small leak rate. I don't know that feature is really the problem in this case. I think the problem is just that it's just a very small leak. So you're not decaying. It took you hour and 15 minutes to get above 500.
Decay time only about 40 to 45 minutes.
Yeah. So, I mean, but still, that's by any manufacturer standard. Like if you look at the carrier spec, for example, in residential, they tell you to pull below 500 microns, and then you have 10 minutes to decay to above 1,000. And so, you're following another industry standard, and that would be far worse than what Jim's doing as far as indicating an issue. I think the challenge just is when you get in really small leaks, it's just tough. I mean, your best bet is obviously to use, nitrogen and under high pressure for leak detection. But even then, it doesn't show up. I don't remember. I saw the previous video, but you had a hard time finding the leak even under nitrogen pressure, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's sort of like, I think we're just facing the challenges that exist when you're dealing with really small leaks. And so you're still better off. I mean, frankly, are we drawing in from the atmosphere outside when you pull under a deep vacuum with a system with leaks? Sure. But you also have the issue when you have very small leaks, a lot of times they don't leak this at the same rate under vacuum that they do under pressure. Because your differential is much less. 14.7 psi is your maximum differential that you're working under negative pressure, plus the fact that you get that sort of scabbing effect, or that bridge that can occur with corrosion type leaks. And so, who's to say that you barely had any leak at all under vacuum, and that system probably was pretty well dehydrated at that point. So is it really a problem? I mean, obviously you still have a leak, so you didn't confirm that you didn't have a leak. And I think sometimes we have the false sense. So obviously what you revealed there is that we're going to have a false confidence about equipment, thinking that it is absolutely tight, when now you just proved that you can pull a deep vacuum on a system that is not tight. To me, that's what you prove more than anything else there, unequivocally. A known leak, you can pull a good vacuum and you can believe that it's tight, and it could still not be tight. But what can you do about that? I don't know that you can do much, frankly.
That's where the invention comes into play. Someone must figure out what we can do about that. AK, you're about to tell us.
I mean, I was going to say, we did touch on that a week or two ago when we were talking about your last video, the fact that, wow, this is, some of this was like, kind of like, oh no, were we wrong about something? Well, no, like, we're just reaffirming something that was very basic that we all of us, every single one of us always knew, which is that this stuff is not ever going to be perfect. No machine, no component that man makes is ever going to be completely tight, completely leak free. It's always going to end up leaking, or it's never 100% sealed, right? Just like we never achieve 100% vacuum. And all we can do, and it's very frustrating because we try to feel like we're going above and beyond to do it perfectly or much better. At the end of the day, though, we just can do the best we can with the tools we have. And there's not one method is perfect, right? Because one of your videos was almost trying to indicate that the nitrogen test isn't the important part, that is the vacuum. I disagree with that. I mean, I think all of that are steps in coming to the best conclusion you could have. Because there are leaks that will not show under pressure, and there are leaks that will only reveal themselves under pressure, and the other way around. You have leaks that will only reveal themselves in a vacuum, and oftentimes those are at braze joints where you have a flap of slag that almost is like hinged on one end, and only under a vacuum would that open up and reveal a leak. Under pressure, though, it will close and it will self-seal, and it can happen the other way around. So all we can do is best practices. Do a good nitrogen standing pressure test, do the best evacuation we can. And, at the end of the day, it is what it is with the equipment. You can still have a leak. And then as far as what I was bringing up with the feature on MeasureQuick, that's just kind of a personal thing. I think you're right, Bryan, what you said about, is it the problem that you're not waiting? Is the problem really having anything to do with waiting longer versus letting the app tell you much sooner? That's probably just a personal thing. Everybody's got that line. No matter how much a lot of us say we embrace all the new technology, I think everyone still has a line in their head, a gray area where they're not comfortable crossing yet. And I think a part of me just feels weird letting an algorithm tell me that there's no leak. You know what I mean? Where it may very well be much smarter and better at it than me just giving it more time. That's just a personal thing. I just haven't, I'm not saying it's not accurate or I don't trust it completely, but it's just one of those things. Like if I've got the time built into the job to give it some more time, I'm still doing that. So,
yeah, and I think there's two things that I want to add there. One is that it depends on the situation. And so the more mission critical it is to have a deep vacuum to be perfectly dehydrated, the more critical it would be to wait. I mean, a good example is VRF. You've got all of this refrigerant. You've got, a lot of potential for even tiny leaks causing a big problem. So now you run higher pressure for a longer period of time in your leak test, and then you do the same thing on the other side. But then on the other hand, you also have to realize that all of this is diminishing returns. The more you try to be perfect, the more you're going to realize that, tiny seal leaks wreak havoc on what we're trying to do. And so the more perfect we try to be, the more we're going to bump into these sorts of results. And that's the pursuit of perfection leads to these sorts of challenges. But it's still a good thing to consider. But ultimately, everything is still a compromise. I mean, you're always compromising, because if you let it sit 48 hours, why not let it sit 72 hours? It's like there's always a point at which you're not going to catch everything. And especially with formicary leaks, which is more than likely what you're dealing with there. Formicary, it's not like it makes one little hole right through. I mean, it's like a little ant nest going all through, and it's not a straightforward thing. And when you're dealing with vacuum versus pressure, you could have completely different results as well. So,
I almost feel like the the theme there that you mentioned would make a great dedicated show unto itself. Whether Zack or Bryan decide to take that on, you guys can decide. But I think a whole show on that concept of dealing with trying to be a technician that goes above and beyond and embrace doing the best they can, and a lot of times finding that they feel stupider as that goes on, or less effective, less knowledgeable, less of a handle on their trade. And I've touched on that in a few videos before, frustrations in the trade. That's definitely always been one of them for me. And that's really something difficult to deal with sometimes. And I gave a good example with HVAC school. Maybe almost 2 years ago now, you had an episode with Jim, and it was one of the times you guys went pretty heavy into airflow readings. And I remember being mad at the end of the episode at Jim because he talked so long and so fast about every different method of taking air measurements. And in this application, it's better to use this type and this and traversing and this and hot wire and all that. And he's going into all this stuff. And there wasn't a single one that he actually said was the right way to do it. All I felt like at the time was he said all the reasons you're going to get bad readings from using a specific type of instrument. And I felt less capable of taking a decent, trustworthy air measurement than before I ever listened to that episode. Now, it's not a critique on the show or that interview.
Damn straight.
At the end of the day, I learned something, but it didn't make me necessarily feel better as a technician. So there's things like that. It's a very real thing. And I think it'd be interesting to talk about more in depth and how we can deal with that and not take that frustration as a reason to give up on that journey to learn more. And find a way to turn that around and harness it and keep it to motivate you instead. Whew.
Here.
Yeah.
Nobody can hear Zack because he's muted still.
Is he still muted?
Yeah, I didn't realize the aftermath of this whole video was going to be so boring, or I wouldn't have made it.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
I'm just kidding. No, that video was great.
We have feelings. Okay. All right.
We can discuss that after the show.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What's that? I accept your apology. I think Andrew's going to need a little more time, but
no, the wall is up. The wall is back up.
He is.
The circle of trust.
That guy, once you get in there and you mess up, buddy, you're out of there. Okay? You're just out of there. Okay?
You're out.
Okay, Bryan?
Okay.
Don't mess up, Bryan.
Okay.
See what happened to me.
I try to be perfect, and I screw up one time. I miss a leak because I misunderstood vacuum my entire career, and now I'm outside the circle of trust again.
But when you're there, you're there, Bryan.
Mm-hmm.
And you're there, man. You're there.
Oh, well, okay. If you say so.
If you're there, from where I'm sitting, you're there. From where you're sitting, you might not be there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give away a prize.
We have a vacuum pump, yes.
Hell yeah, we do. It's still, I didn't use it in that video.
You what? Oh, okay.
This vacuum pump right here. That's not what you're referring to, evidently.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, the giveaway one.
People are calling before the giveaway starts. Hold on. Sorry, Tony. Wait. Hold off. I think we should involve Bryan with this, don't you?
Sure. You go ahead and let me know how that's going to work, though.
Okay. Let's see. Well, we filled up the bar twice, so we're gonna give away a little hand swager, which I'm demonstrating like a boss.
Tube expander.
Whatever, Bryan. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
and this is gonna be written in reverse, but we can tell what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hydraulic swager, guys. Hydraulic swager. So we
tube
have to.
Expander.
Okay. Tube expander.
Mm-hmm.
Bryan, since you have so much to say, why don't you come up with a great question that they can answer to win this thing when they call in?
Oh wow! So
And
like,
please, not like a penguin in the freezer thing. Okay, we've had enough of the weird.
You
stuff from
literally
you.
are expecting me to come up with a quiz question.
Yeah, like one of your
Like-
tech tips, Brian. Okay.
Oh wow, wow, that was kind of insulting.
People
yeah.
continue to call
Yeah.
before.
All right, so I have to think up like you don't have a quiz question ready. You want me to think of one?
Well, we have stuff we can use, but we want you to think of one.
Oh, okay. Let's think here. Let's think of something interesting and useful.
Don't say it yet. Just let us know that you have thought of one. And unlike Andrew's, you have to know the answer to it.
Did that happen once?
And it has to be a question, not a statement.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah. One time I was trying because again he put me on the spot to know a question like he's doing to you right now, and I opened up Jason's book, his new book, and I got really happy because I found a great one. But as I was reading it, I realized it was just a statement. It was just a statement.
Let's see if I can find something in the something to just jog my memory here in the train refrigeration manual. Yeah, go ahead. I will. I'll go ahead and find something. I'll think of something clever.
How old is my beard? It is 2 years old. Justin Hernandez. I just saw that in the chat. I just thought I'd do something to buy some time.
Here, I'm gonna put that number on the screen too. Let me put some text here on the screen. I'll just take me just a second, guys. I'm gonna put the number up there for you guys. They said not to put the guests on the spot. They're calling again.
Who said that?
That's all you, man.
It's okay. I can think of. I got a great question for to sort of put out there while we're waiting. Okay. Yes, I know I'm bad about putting the guests on the spot. It's called interaction with the guests. They like it. They like it.
So we've got the vacuum pump, but then we also are doing the expander, right?
Yes, the tube expander.
So we'll do two of those via some kind of phone call question that Zack is coming up with here. And why don't we go ahead and roll where everyone's from, get a couple comments here, and we'll do a quick Nightbot here. I'll give away the this tubing cutter from Navac here. So it's the thumb cutter version. It's the 1/8 to 3/4 inch. Very nice set of cutters. I've used the larger ones here, and they're fantastic. But I'll go with the thumb cutter here because it's unopened. So go ahead, guys. Roll down the chat. Where are you guys from? Where are you guys watching from while we're thinking of other questions? And we'll generate a winner from Nightbot. So
Yep.
Tennessee, Texas, California, Las Vegas, Newcastle. Remember, Nightbot's only going to look at people who have engaged in the last, I think, 60 seconds.
It's 5 minutes. So
Is
we
it
have a
5
little bit of
minutes?
time. It's
Okay,
5 minutes.
so you got 5 minutes. You guys got a minute here to roll in. We got people all over the country. Chattanooga, Montana.
Should I make this question? Am I still supposed to have the question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Should I make it hard or easy?
Make it easy. Don't make it too bad.
Okay. We'll make it easy. Okay.
Egg Harbor,
Not like
New
what's your
Jersey.
favorite color, but
Oh yeah, it's
a little bit
rolling in
harder.
right now. That's coming in fast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people keep calling on the phone too. I don't think they realize they're not.
Oh,
Don't
so yeah,
call
guys,
yet.
this next one's not for a phone call yet. So we're just gonna do a little Nightbot giveaway here for the tubing cutter.
AK, you ready to roll it?
Yeah, we got a shit ton of in there that rolled in, so that's good stuff.
All right, we have
Let's go.
64 eligible users right now, so I'm going to hit the roll it button, and look who won. Let me know when you see it in the chat. I'll let you announce it.
Not yet. I got a little bit of lag here.
Looks like it's Tony.
Is Tony?
It is, and he's here.
Tony McKay?
Yeah, Tony McKay won,
Yeah.
man.
It's still isn't showing up on my screen yet.
My
Well,
buddy.
congratulations, Tony.
Pretty
There we
laggy.
go. Now it just popped up. It just popped up now. So email address, Zack, then? Email the address.
Yep, HVAC Shop Talk at gmail.com, or you can text the number on the screen right there. Either one will work.
Very nice. Very nice.
So Brian has his question now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's pretty confident. What we're going to do now is whenever I say go, you can call. There's some people calling randomly. Stop it. Okay? We're going to give away the easy question, right? You said easy level question?
Yeah, it's easy. It's gonna be easy. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do the hand tube expander. Hand tube swage. Whatever. Call now if you want to win it. Call now. Just sit back and wait. It's going to happen. Waiting for the phone. Now they won't call. It's ironic. Oh,
Don't
no,
you
they
think?
will. Hello, caller.
Hello,
Who we have on the phone?
this is Juan Castaneda.
Juan Castaneda. Are you ready to win big on Shop Talk?
I'm to win big.
Okay. Ron Castaneda, we have a question from the legendary voice of the industry, Bryan Orr. Bryan.
Am I on, or would you like me to go now? Ask the question. You ready?
I'm sure he would appreciate that.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm
Okay,
ready.
so the question is, Trane makes a fairly ubiquitous, that means well known, duct selection tool. It's quite controversial in the industry, but what is the name of this Trane duct selection tool?
One more time?
You know, Trane, hard to stop a train, the train company.
Yes.
They make a duct selection tool. And it is somewhat controversial, but it is widely used in the industry. What is the name of that duct selection tool made by Trane?
You still didn't get the music, did you, Zach?
Nah, there's no
Gotta
music.
get that. You got to get that Jeopardy music.
I'm going to go with ductilator.
Boom, nailed it. The Trane ductulator. Yes.
Now,
indeed.
bonus points, not an extra prize. We're, but if you just want to be a little cooler, do you know the nomenclature of it?
Do I know the nomenclature of it?
Yeah, it's
Hey,
just a little
Juan, I
extra
don't know
there.
what these guys' problem are. They won't use language that people actually understand for some reason.
Oh,
So
I know.
What do gnomes have
I
to
know
do
what
with it?
nomenclature is. I mean, it's just a different way of saying something.
I just want to
But-
make myself feel better.
Well, like if it had a number associated with it. So it's the Tango Delta 1 TD1 ductulator from Trane. So
Well-
anyway,
All right.
little fun fact to enrich your life. Congratulations, Juan. Cool stuff.
Well, Juan, I hope you felt like that was a great experience right there. Make sure you send your address to me, and I will send you. Well, that's AK. Well, is this AK's prize? No, this is my prize. I'll send it out to you. So send it to me at hvacshoptalk@gmail.com. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thank you guys for everything you do. Brian, I love you.
Oh, hey, I love you too, brother. More
All
than
right.
you know. All right, see ya.
Bye.
Well, that was interesting. He didn't love either one of us.
No, I love him way more than you.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
do you know him?
Yeah. I mean, I know him like I know a lot of people online. Not in the biblical sense.
Well, I didn't mean intercourse wise. I meant like,
okay.
do you know him? Like, you recognize his name? Like, oh, you
Mhm.
commented on my video.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, just
Indeed.
checking. All right, guys, we're gonna have another question now. Brian's got a second question picked out. Just kidding, Brian.
Oh.
I know you don't.
Oh, okay. I don't.
I'm just
yeah.
kidding. We got to put the prize over there. We got to give away another tube expander. This one's going to be hydraulic in nature. Let's think. I'll think real quick. I'll come up with a question. We like to come up with them on the spot. I just enjoy that. It's weird. I know.
You like the coming up with the question on the spot thing?
Yeah, I love it.
I don't like that.
I know.
I've got a good hard one, but you probably want another easy one. So.
Well, this is a tubing expander. It's a hydraulic
that's
tubing
for-
expander.
Oh, okay.
It's actually probably cost just as much as a vacuum pump does.
Right.
Do you have a nice hard question? Okay.
Yeah, it's one that a good senior tech should definitely know.
Okay, guys.
know,
If you are a senior tech, or you just want to win stuff and you're going to take it on a wing and a prayer, you can call in right now. Brian has a question for you. You could win. Oh, here we go. Hello.
Hello?
Is this our only female listener?
Yep.
It must be Susie.
Yes, it is.
All right.
For y'all.
Susie, you ready to win big again?
Yes. I'm really enjoying the show tonight.
You really? Okay, well, great. Are you
Oh,
a
well, thank
senior
you,
tech?
Susie.
I'm sorry?
Are you a senior tech?
Well, I'm not going to disclose my age, but I've been doing this for quite a while.
Okay. Well, we're going to call that senior tech. You're a senior tech, but you
Yeah.
may not be a senior or like Latino senior.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Brian, go for it.
Uh-huh. All right,
gotta
so
put-
when you are
yeah.
converting watts directly to BTUs, how many BTUs per watt?
Oh my gosh. I know this one. 15? I don't know. 742.
Sorry, no, neither of those.
But if you would have said horsepower to watts,
Yes,
that would have been good.
Mm-hmm. Even
Sorry,
Well,
Susie.
almost, it would have been almost good. 746.
Yeah, 746. Yeah.
That's why you guys are the
All
best.
right.
Sorry, Susie. You got to call back again.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one.
All right, bye.
Good night,
You too,
Susie.
Susie. Thanks.
Bye, Susie Q. All right, we need another caller here to answer that question. While you guys were waiting, hopefully you Googled that in anticipation of Susie's failure. So you could be in here
that's
quick.
rough.
And
We got another caller.
welcome, caller. You're on the air with Bryan, AK, and Zack.
Voice of the
Hey, how
industry.
you doing?
Who do we have on the phone?
This is Lee?
Lee, I saw your. Oh, I didn't see your name on the caller ID. Lee Johnson, everybody?
Yeah.
All right. He's a former winner looking to bankroll himself into a sweet swager or tube expander,
Hydraulic people.
hydraulic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Did we lose him
All
or
right.
something? Ooh.
Oh, dude.
Hello?
I lost the audio. There you go.
Okay. I thought we lost you for a second there.
All right, so Lee, do you already know the question and the answer?
Yes, 3.41.
3.41. He nailed it. Now, the most common incorrect answer to that is 3.14 because you get it confused with pi. But here's how you remember it. You remember that it's kind of like pi, but just more differenter. 3.41.
And there was Brian's version of enriching your life a little bit on the way out the door.
There you go. There you go.
Lee, you won big, man. You won the hydraulic expander. So just send me your information again, even though it's probably the same as the last 5 times you won, you lucky joker. Is he not even on the air anymore, is he? He's gone. He got cut off again.
I'm out.
Calls, gets a prize, hangs up.
Yeah, he got bored.
Well, that was a mic drop. Lee, send me your information or it was for nothing. So we giving away that one. We got a vacuum pump left.
Wow. That's huge.
I knew the answer to that one too. I could have won.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to answer this and see who it is. Hello?
Hello.
Who do we have on the phone right now?
Jonathan Anderson.
Jonathan Anderson?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Turn off the YouTube part because it's looping through here.
Gotcha. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
So we didn't even have a question yet, but you're already here. So we should probably think of something. We have a panel of experts here, plus me. So we can probably
That's
think
correct.
of something. So what do you
Give
do?
me
Are you a tech?
refrigerant question?
Oh, you-
Preferably.
Oh, I've got one. I was actually just thinking of one. Then you said a refrigerant related question. It's one of my favorites. So
Oh, okay.
But I don't need to have all three. Go ahead, Zach. Go ahead, Zach. Sorry, I'm taking over your show. I feel so shamed.
Brian, you have the floor. You're the guest. I wasn't going to ask that question anyway. I just wanted to look like I was mad at something.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I'm not that smart, so go easy on me. But you know,
Well, I mean,
maybe
should I
I'll
go
get
easy
lucky.
on him, Zach? Because this is an easy question. It's a good one though. It's
All
refrigerant
right.
related.
This is for a vacuum pump. We have to bring out the big guns, so go ahead with it. It's fine.
Okay, so I mean, this is not like a single word answer, so you're gonna have to like explain it a little bit. But I think we can all kind of know where we stand here. So, what is the purpose of a crankcase heater?
The purpose of a crankcase heater is to prevent the microwave oil away from the compressor during low ambient operations.
Brian, it's your
kinda-
question.
Well, I sort of lost the. I missed the second. What was the? Say it one more time because you broke up.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead and repeat it one more time. Repeat your answer.
Yes, to prevent oil migration away from the compressor, primarily in low ambient conditions.
Okay, I'm gonna have to give that a wrong answer. Sorry.
All right.
I can't give the right answer because then the next person wouldn't be able to win it. So.
All right. Call back and try again, man.
Right. Thank you.
Bye. Hello?
It's Kangaroo Guy.
Kangaroo God is on the line. And he got cut off again. These guys are calling.
What is going on?
The phone, the switchboard has gone to, I'm going to say it. Shit. Here we are. Hello?
Hello? Can you?
Is this G. Martinez?
No, this is Kangaroo Guy.
It says you're G. Martinez. That is the wildest thing. This phone is going nuts. Okay, hurry up and ask a question before we get severed.
What's the purpose of a crankcase heater?
He's gone.
No.
This has gone off the rails, man. The phone is completely gone.
I
to
can't
hell.
even see your face anymore. What? Well, you disappeared too. What's going on here?
I'm right here.
Me?
I'm right here.
No,
My face?
no, Zach's face.
I don't know what's happening with this phone. I don't know, guys. This is going to be a tough one here because we keep losing the people. If I switch over to my home number or whatever, people are going to call me in the middle of the night to ask me about pie or something. All right, we're going to switch it. Hold on a second. Come on, guys. You can still talk and stuff. Fill the gaps here.
Yeah.
Was that an unfair question, Andrew?
No.
You think it's a good
It
question?
definitely was not.
And you
to
agree
me, that one was a little, well, no, never mind. No, it's fine.
So,
It's
so
not
were you going to say that you think his answer was good enough that you would have given it to him?
No, it was wrong.
Right.
Hello?
Right.
Hey,
Who's on the line now? It's my personal line.
this is Tersh.
It's Tersh Blissett.
Oh, Tersh doesn't know the answer to this unless he looked up my tech tip.
No, I don't have a
That's
clue
mean.
other than to be bypassed.
Wow. That is definitely the wrong answer.
That's why I like you,
on an
Tersh.
old train. The old train cow rod.
That's fantastic. Tersh. Tersh, why are you calling here? We're having a show.
I don't know. I'm bored at 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday.
You know how mad my wife is right now?
Why is your wife
she's
mad?
unbelievably angry. Because I told her this would be done at
She's
like
trying to
10 or
cook-
something.
She's trying to put a kid to bed.
Zion Davis.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Zion's on the other line, so we're going to ditch you, Tersh, all right?
Bye.
We love you. Bye, sorry. Yes, caller, you're on the air.
Unknown caller.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, who's this?
Zion from St. Pete.
All right,
All right,
Zion.
Zion from St. Pete. What is the purpose of a crankcase heater?
Well, to prevent migration from the mixing with the crankcase oils and prevent condensation of the refrigerant in the crankcase of the compressor.
Unknown caller.
Well, the way you started that off, Zion, I was like, okay, this is going to go off the rails. But I think, what do you think, Andrew?
Well, he didn't say what. He said prevent migration, but prevent what from migrating?
Yeah, maybe a little more specific there.
Because that kind of ties into the first. The first caller talked about migrating, but he was talking about the wrong medium.
Yeah.
Right. Talking about from the refrigerant migrating.
What are you asking? What the last guy said? What is the crankcase heater when it's energized? What is it trying to prevent migrating, and in what direction?
Did it start? You're saying?
Did I word that right, Brian? Like how I'm trying to get him to phrase it?
Yeah. So
are we trying to keep something from or in the compressor, and what is it that we're trying to keep away from or at the compressor?
Zach has lost control over his phone.
It's because of
what is going on?
The oil thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're.
I'm not. Hey, I'm not laughing at your answer because I didn't hear it. I'm laughing because the beeping keeps covering.
Zach's having phone trouble. We are not laughing at you.
This is this is horrible to the nth degree, because this phone is my personal phone. I put up on the screen. I took the number down now, but it announces the callers too. It announces their names. So it's just a bad situation, guys. Hey, pal, I hope you're going to get this right here in the next 10
Brian,
seconds or so.
Is he still on the line?
He should be still on the line.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. The crankcase heater is trying to accomplish what?
No, it's trying to keep the oil inside of the compressor warm.
No, that's what the I think that's what the last caller said, right?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to give that a no. Very close. I mean, you had some good things in there, but I think we're gonna have to give that one a no. So thanks for calling in.
Yeah, sounds good, man. You guys have a good night.
Hey, you too, bud. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it, man.
Oh dear God, I don't think I'm gonna take another caller. This is bad.
I think I'm ruining your show.
Now Ralph's calling in. Sorry,
like
Ralph,
a
I'm not taking your
like
call. Nothing personal,
like
but it keeps beeping.
You got birds in the shed too now. That's what it sounds like.
This has gone about as bad as it can go now with this phone. I'm going to use Nightbot to pick the winner of this vacuum pump. Because
why don't you just let the next person who answers the question correctly in chat win it?
We can do that. I'm unplugging my phone. All right,
Sorry,
let me bring up the
why
chat.
I'm trying to boss you around. I shouldn't boss you around like that. That's
well,
not right.
we're just going to go with it because what are we going to do? You guys looking at the chat?
Yeah, I mean, so the best answer that I'm seeing right now is Michael Hausch answered it, but no.
Yeah, see, that's why that part was a bad answer or a bad way to pick, because what's the starting point? Because people started rolling it in a while back.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
I say night. Unfortunately, I think Nightbot's the way.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
But everybody who's been writing these great answers are going to be in the running.
Good on you. Good on you. Yeah.
All right, guys. Okay. We're going to let Nightbot pick it. Okay. All right.
Let's do this thing.
After this, we're just going to quit podcasting.
Doing our best here, guys.
Yeah, that fired shit. That was crazy. All right. I'm going to roll it here. We have 73 eligible, 76 eligible now. This is for the Yellow Jacket vacuum pump, and here we go. I'll let the winner appear in the chat here.
Moises Arriga? Moises Arriga?
Flaga. Yeah. Let's see if he says anything in the chat. You just have to say, I'm here, or something like that to denote that you realize you won. Man, I had a lot of fun today, man, but this last 5 minutes was very stressful.
Well, that's where, giving up drinking is going to make it a little more difficult to mitigate.
Oh, I'm gonna revamp that decision, I think.
Everyone's got weird things that come on at different time thresholds. After 11 o'clock, you start to lose handle of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we knew that. We know that Bryan after 10 starts talking about assaulting minors and getting really weird.
No. I just start losing control over my potency.
You could stand to lose some potency, couldn't you?
I could.
Moises has not written anything in the chat. I'm going to give him about another minute, and then we're going to pick somebody else, and he's going to kick his own ass tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. He's going to find out. He's going to be so sad. Yeah. I feel like we made a lot of people sad with this whole vacuum pump thing.
Yeah, I feel like it's really just a poor showing for our show in general. And luckily for us, we had the highest number of people ever watching it.
Yeah, luckily for me, it's your show and not mine. So that's the part that's lucky,
But you're doing live now. You'll see.
Oh yeah.
You'll see. Yeah. For too long,
I'll just be copying you.
Can I be on your show? Well, get in line for that.
You know how many times I've invited you on my show and you never come on my show?
Once.
I've invited you a lot of times.
I don't have the subject matter. I don't have the intelligence to be on your show in any specific field. So it's a waste of your time.
You're doing all these fancy vacuum tests and all this stuff, breaking new ground.
But this is more like my personal science instead of anything that's really out of a book. Just see what happens when you do it right here in the shop, basically. But we can talk about that if you want.
I think it'd be great.
Who was the winner?
Moises is the winner. Moises Arriaga, perhaps. We've been waiting for 2 minutes and 25 seconds, and we're going to give him till 3 minutes. So you have 30 seconds. Moises, get a move on.
All right.
So what's our show going to be about, Bryan? I'm going to talk about stuff I do in my shop. I don't know, man. It's so different than your normal. Your normal guests are so collegiate. I won't fit in. collegiate. Is that right?
I mean, Ralph has been a guest twice.
I really think you're just trying to, extend an olive branch to the blue collar section of the trade.
Come on.
Since you're a new collar.
What am I? Oh, I'm new collar. That's right. Oh,
in your own words, Brian, you're new collar.
Oh, Lord. Oh, heavens.
Somebody's been reading.
Yeah, stop that. Stop that.
It's written right here somewhere. No, I mean, it wasn't bad what you were saying. I'm just saying, guys like you and I, and now our associate AK here is trapped between white collar and blue collar.
Right.
It's kind of a weird area.
Yeah, right. So you're the same as me, so you should come on my podcast. It'll be fun.
We can talk about that. We can talk about our longing to be accepted by the group we were once belong to. That's fine. We can do that. It's all right. It's been 3 minutes, Moises. I'm sorry, but we're going to roll again. And our new winner is Baltazar Jimenez. I love your name, by the way. That's awesome.
Baltazar. That's amazing. That's like from the book of Daniel.
It is.
It's like Belteshazzar.
As long as you leave the Jimenez part off, it really makes sense.
Right.
You would totally be begat from somebody. Yep, there he is. Good.
Randy gave a good answer as well. He was drawn from Nightbot based off an actual correct answer to the original question posed.
Nice. Yeah. Very good then. All right. Well, it all worked out, didn't it, guys?
Congratulations, Baltazar.
And he says, give me some stickers. So what, the pump's not enough? I'm just kidding, of course. AK, he's asking for stickers for me.
Yeah, well, send me send Zach your address for your vacuum pump, and he will go ahead and shoot me that address, and I'll hook it up.
HVAC Shop Talk at gmail.com. I'm sure Brian will send you some of those sweet hats where the HVAC is written in very angular letters. I like it, man. I like it. Let's see, hold on. Brian's got his hat on. He doesn't look as cool as he could look.
Yeah, this hat is not. This is my son's hat, and it's really not. It doesn't really suit me. Am I have an enormous head? Yeah, that's not. See, this hat's really designed to wear like a punk kid, like a skater.
Do you keep your bills flat like that when you wear hats? Oh wait.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there.
Do you keep the bills flat when you wear hats?
No. I'm no.
You're starting to look like Gil. Gil has a flat hat. He wears a hat flat. He has
That's
a flat
true.
hat nature. I don't know what that even means. I always kept them in my pockets, balled up, so they would stay like this all the time. That's my style. AK likes hats too. You guys both sport that sweet ass solder weld hat, don't you?
I really like that hat. I do.
It's a nice hat.
It's a good hat. It's a good hat. He's doing a couple new colors too. He just showed today. So I'll have to pick up that sweet toxic green one. I suggested that to him. So I'm glad he's getting that rolling.
And if you guys didn't notice, our buddy Baltazar is graduating 2019. He's a future tech. Perfect.
Sweet. And now he's going to have a vacuum pump.
Very cool.
The Yellow Jacket Super Evac 6 CFM pump is what this is. And we'll be doing the filled piece 8 CFM next few weeks after I'm done. I think I'm pretty much done with it for right now. We'll just get another one. I'll suck up to somebody and try to ask for another vacuum pump. I know they're out there. They've been giving them away lately, even today.
Yeah.
Just pissing vacuum pumps away.
Yep. Well, we did good as far as we got very close, man. We got within 20 of our goal tonight. So
we were close
for that.
You know what? I think Bryan being here was a big plus. Whether or not we want to admit that or not, I think Bryan being here, he brought some of his HVAC school guys over here. Just told them to kind of sit in the chat and get through it best they can, and they really helped.
Yeah. No, it did. It did. It put us on the map, and we want to thank you, Bryan.
Thank you, Bryan.
Oh, that's I'm generous like that. So
hey,
voice of the industry.
That 40 under 40 rubbing off on us tonight.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
I feel like I could make it. I feel like I could make it now. I feel like I could if I weren't almost 40. Oh. Anyway,
I got time. I got time.
I don't. You could do it, AK. You could do it.
Well, I got to do something productive though too. Like I got to contribute. That's the thing. That's what I don't want to do.
I looked at the list. I don't think you have to.
I got to do like another like fake probes video or something.
Oh, cupcake probes. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's good. It's a good video.
Boy, this is trailing off like a bastard. Okay. Well, this show's dead. It's been dead for about 5 minutes or so. Ever since Baltazar said, thanks, guys, the show died. So I'm going to thank Bryan for coming on the show. I think it was very brave since AK stated his purpose on this show was to make you uncomfortable, and you still came on. I'll give you props.
I backed off. I didn't go in hard tonight.
You did. Some of that stuff you came up with, man.
It
was wicked.
Front. I'm all bark, no bite. That's what it is. I'm a softie. Mauricio Villanueva sees some pumps behind me. Yes, I do. And they are not up for giveaway. No, I will try to do that. Probably not going to do the big white one, but I would definitely think that it's realistic to think we'll have some great products from them soon to give away on the channel as well. Yeah.
I am a little upset that nobody noticed my my Philip K. Dick novel that I had sitting here. That was one of my.
That's literally completely out of frame.
Is it? Oh,
you just pulled it out of nowhere.
It's in my own frame.
No, yeah, nobody noticed your dick book. Okay.
Oh man,
it's been sitting there the whole time, and nobody said anything about it. So that's
boy,
sad.
Oh boy.
What's it
That's
about?
One of my Easter egg.
Well, what was the other Easter egg?
There's really good stuff. It's science fiction, sort of like alt history sort of stuff. It's good, real good.
I heard the guy was a jerk off.
Very nice.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That sucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
we
boy.
really got to end it while we're ahead.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hey,
guys.
I know I've been cocked all night.
I appreciate the heck out of you, and Andrew's showing us his business card.
Showing a little bit of it there.
Hold on, you got to be highlighted for us to see it though. Here.
Oh no, that was it. That was the Easter egg.
We didn't get to see it. No one got to see it.
Times.
Okay. No one saw it though. No one saw it.
Yeah,
because no one's watching at this point. It sort of doesn't matter. The only people who are actually showing up in the numbers are people who accidentally left their computer open.
Yeah, yeah. It's just 80 guys who left their computer open and 19 guys that are Brian's ringers he brought over from his group.
Yep.
Your moderators, I've seen them there. They don't ever watch this stuff. We appreciate it. We do.
Yeah, we will be back next week, guys. Corbett Lunsford, thank you for tuning in tonight. It's been a hell of a time. Bryan, Zach, it's time for me to go to bed.
Appreciate you. And I'm going to go see if I can salvage my marriage. So,
all right. As Bryan goes to work on kid number 11, he's a smooth talker, guys. And AK has his inconspicuous business card out. I'm going to say goodnight for all three of us. And we'll see you on the next one. Hey, guys. Wow, look, it's me down here in this tiny rectangle. These are some great deals from TruTech Tools. You can get a free AccuTools True Blue starter kit with the purchase of a Navac and our smart vacuum pump. They're really nice, and True Blue is the best. We tested it. But wait, there's more. You can also get a free Hillmore 60-inch refrigerant hose set with the purchase of a Testo 550. That's right, you can get a jump on your spring cleaning with these brand new Testo 550s and a complete hose set from Hillmore. But hold the phone, there's still more. You purchase a Testo 320 combustion analyzer and you'll receive a free wireless printer. Wow, that's amazing. This means nothing to us unless you use our Shop Talk discount code. Whatever you do, use the Shop Talk discount code and you'll save 8% off your order. If you're ordering something else, hey, that's fine. There's some specials. If the specials aren't special enough for you, use the Shop Talk discount code on every order you make, and good fortune will befall you. If you don't, well, you'll most likely be crushed by a piano.